Welcome everybody to the stream. Happy holidays. We will be continuing off where we left off with the we'll call it the weapon selection system, because that's kind of what we're ending up on. So yeah, obviously it's still a collection of requests that came in I guess almost a month ago now. So yeah, I kind of grouped together 5 of them, and we've been doing them all because they kind of all work off of each other. So okay, so yeah, I posted a question there if you guys want to answer that. See if you guys know what I don't remember what I said in here. Where can't you create latent actions? So I can see a few people are putting lies. You can add them anywhere, and it keeps going back and forth between 25% and 33%. So I assume somebody's trolling. We all know who that is. But anyways, yeah, hopefully everyone's had a good morning or day. I'm on the West Coast, so I literally just wiped the sleep out of my eyes and turned the camera on, so we'll see how it goes. But anyways, yeah, I had a good week here. I worked on Tarkov for almost an entire day again, which is great. I got it pretty close. I mean, I'm even willing to show it off at this point, if you guys want to see it. Finally, I keep talking about it. Sorry, let me open my... I'll open 5. Actually, yeah, I have 5.7 open right now, but I can open up the other one while we chitty chat here. Tarkov. Matt, hello. What do you think of C++ versus Blueprints? Well, I think you should learn both because you start with Blueprints. The one benefit of starting in Blueprints is you can obviously stay in the engine, because when you learn C++, you got to go into an external application, have Unreal Engine closed, work on your C++ code, and then you have to compile, rebuild it, and then open Unreal Engine to test and see if it works, whereas Blueprints, you're already in the engine. The whole point of Blueprints is obviously to make it easier to script, right? So, and you're learning the engine, right? So, that way you're always in the engine, you can kind of test it out right away and see what works, except... errors and crashes are much more common outside of the editor, because crashes are happening because there is a basically a bunch of different errors and a bunch of hanging chads basically left over that kind of cause it to crash, right? So okay, so let's see, if Liam Neeson comes for Grace, would he still be taking Grace? I wrote the movie. Yeah. I don't find a good tutorial on Dark Souls. The only one is Gorka, and then it's a pain in the ass to listen. I mean, yeah, anything from him is a pain in the ass to listen to be honest. Because then you walk out more confused than you did walking in, so. Dark Souls, I mean, yeah, it's a pretty specific tutorial, to be honest. And, alright, what else we got here? Happy holidays, Mr. Grace, who has been taken. So, just having a look here. I got 12 votes. Yeah, so the answer to the question, I can answer it again later when more people join. For latent actions, yeah, latent actions are like delays. I'll swipperoonie over to the, sorry, I could switch through a bunch of slides here. So here's Tarkov, but yeah, here's, I'll also open up like any of these. I'm gonna move my camera over slightly so I can see my content drawer. Thank you. All right, components. We'll just do it in here, I guess. Waiting for it to load. Yeah. So latent actions are anything with a little clock on them. So we'll type in a delay. Can I not do a delay in a component? I guess. Okay, well, I guess maybe not a good example. Can't put a delay in a component, apparently. I didn't know that. Alright. Not destroy actor. There we go. Okay, here's one. Yeah, task wait delay. So, you see this little clock that you can roll over. It says latent action. Wait specific time. So, this is basically saying this node takes real seconds, not necessarily nanoseconds like all the rest of it. So, yeah, that's called a latent action. You can only do those, or you cannot do those in functions, because you can't do custom events in functions, you can't do a bunch of stuff in functions that are going to basically make the function fire out of sequence, right? So, that's what those are for. Yeah, delays, another one. The only exception to this is timelines. Timelines. Oh, that's not what I want. Timeline. Timeline. Yeah, timelines. You can create timelines in not in macros and not in functions, but only in event graphs. Okay, whereas latent actions you can put in macros. It'll just make the macro a latent action as well. Because if I drag this component or this macro out, you can see it doesn't have the little clock. As soon as you put any sort of latent action inside there, then that's gonna add a little clock to this macro, and it'll be a delayed one. Okay, but yeah, so. Quick little thing on that. You working on Tarkov for mod or for a real job? Are you part of game dev? I mean, no, I'm not part of game dev. I wish I was, but no, I'm working on Tarkov for my next series on YouTube. So just gonna showcase it off here. I'm not gonna go into the code or anything like that because it's a little complicated. So this is, I'll move this over because that's why it looks squished up. So I'm gonna probably redesign this in a sense. Because I don't like it, but and then I gotta make a bit of extra space over here for the for the, like, all the player, like the stuff you're looting. If you're looting a body, it's going to pull up basically the equivalent of over there, right? So this is this box I'm interacting with, its storage container. So yeah, move stuff around, you get the player feedback system. I'm going to remove this yellow background, and I'm going to, in the actual series, I'll probably just test it out here at some point, but I'm going to make it so that the background squares that are occupied by this item are going to change color based on the rarity of the item. So, and real time, as I said though, you can make delays and stuff anywhere, it just won't work. You can't even call delays in functions, like it doesn't even come up as an option. And same thing in macros for timelines. But yeah, you can swap items. That took some time. But yeah, so you can swap items. We'll let you place items if they're on the edge of the grid. Even if you're like hovering over an item slightly, it'll still swap them. I can swap, see this is the backpack contents. I can swap the backpacks. It'll change the size of the content and vice versa. Okay, so that was recently changed. I have not worked, or I can drag the items out, but I can't place them yet. They disappear. Oh, I hit a, what's it called? Breakpoint. But yeah, backpack's gone. So yeah, that's the final thing I think I'm working on for this, and then this should be all working. I also have it where, if I drag the backpack off, it should destroy this component. With the backpack component, which it didn't, so I gotta work on that too. So yeah, a couple things I gotta work out still, but yeah, this has been like one of the hardest systems I've ever made. It's super complicated. I can't even, you know, get into it really. This is on drop for the slots, right? So each one of these slots is a widget, and they're all running their own individual code. This is also a nightmare to debug, because you can see I have like the debug text here. Slot BG 1, 2, 3 all the way through to whatever this is, 55, right? And then all the items, because like when you go into the blueprint debugger, for example, okay, we're gonna debug slot BG. Holy fucking shit! Which one's which? Right? Nightmare. So that's why I added the debug text. Same thing with the items. Yeah, so there's only 4 items luckily, but it's like I don't know what item's what. Well, you just look up there, right? It's done, easy. So, yeah, so this is going to be a really tough series to teach, honestly, because there's just so much going on. Yeah, that's like look at this. This is nonsense. Just the drag and drop stuff, which we might get into today, realistically. So yeah, anyways, that's Tarkov so far. Hopefully you're all looking forward to that series. I'm going to split it up into 4 modules. I was saying in the member chat yesterday. Yeah, I'm gonna go into the, I'll do that inventory portion first, then I'm gonna go into, I don't even remember how I worded it. I'm just gonna go to the Discord and look. Up here somewhere. Here it is. So yeah, inventory first, then I'm gonna do, like, random items and looting. So, yeah, obviously, I'll put, like, 3 boxes or something in the world, and a couple dead bodies or something, and then, it's going to pull a pool of items that are available only in that level, and then we're gonna have, like, a budget, basically, of, like, how many items we want to spawn in, on the level, or whatever the case is. And, yeah, because, like, you don't want, like, a bunch of legendary items spawning for whatever reason, right? So, but anyways, yeah, so that'll be next, and then it'll be third module will be setting up the game instance for selecting a loadout and items, and then changing levels, because that'll be, basically, if you do make the system, you're gonna want that at some point, right? So, and that's probably not taught that often. I have one small video about transitioning, you know, items from level to level, but and then finally we'll do the crafting, which we'll probably do, yeah, at the very end there, so it'll be kind of 4 modules. I'm going to hopefully record the first module, which is just the inventory, by the end of the month, and then I'll have to edit it all super nice. It'll be fully available to members, and then I'll release it kind of 1 episode at a time for everybody else, so it'll be great. Oh, whoops, I meant to save, so I can go to this project. Save selected. Anyways, so let's go back to the chat here. Okay. Can I get advice on when not to rush optimization and code cleanup? I often get stuck rewriting code, and at some point the project feels messy, and I lose patience with it. Well, if you're just building a prototype, I mean, you should always be thinking about optimization, but, you know, if you're just trying to build a prototype, I mean, I wouldn't worry about it right away. I mean, with Tarkov, like, I've rewritten the code for, like, a lot of stuff in there, like, 3-4 times already. You know, like, basically, yeah, like, I went in, I wrote the on-drop script, it worked, and then I found a way, because before were all, like, the key items and stuff, where all of those were slots as well, and I'm like, I don't need these to be slots, because they're just fitting one item, I just need, like, a key item slot, essentially, so I saved a bunch of widget draw calls by just getting rid of that and then rescripting that, and then I had to rescript the drop function, and the swap function I frickin' did like 3 times, three separate days, and like the first time took a whole day and the second time took like, you know, 4 or 5 hours for me to like redo it. I don't know, I personally don't lose my patience because I know it's just part of game dev, but yeah, I'd always be thinking about optimization, but don't necessarily fret about it if you're just trying to get a prototype out just to see if your game's fun, right? So Aura is not enabled on this. I'm actually going to enable Aura because Aura's handy sometimes. So Mark said 2 inappropriate comments, I assume, because the message was retracted, but TG, how do I become an expert 3D modeler? Real-time fat man. I mean, do it. Keep practicing. Watch Blender Guru. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not a 3D expert modeler either, so I'm basically a junior modeler. Just putting in my information for my Aura. Real time, how you liking Aura? Because you got one of the keys that I gave away. They just updated to Alpha 0.7, and it's been good. I've been enjoying it. So, it can. I like it because I'm like, hey, look at my code. Is there any way I can optimize it? And it'll kind of like look through it. And it'll tell you some stuff. So, it's pretty handy. Okay. TCG VSOCG. I don't know how to say that without sounding like a complete tard, but I don't understand why no one is doing it except Gorka. He laughs at his own jokes, leaving mistakes in and cuts out important parts, and without doing any advertising. Yeah, I mean, the biggest issue I have with this channel is he just like doesn't actually really teach you how to use the engine. You know, it's like he's just doing 5-minute tutorials of like, oh, how do you do PCG? Super easy. You just download these plugins and then, oh, hey, look, now you have a fully complete island. You know, like, yeah. When I was doing research for my next series after Tarkov, which, yeah, and I'm planning that far ahead even, is for my Unreal Engine 5, like, beginner course, which we're going to make a full game, I was doing some research on other videos that people have done so I can do something super different. But yeah, I came across his, which was a 2.5-hour course, and the only thing you learn is how to download assets and how to put the assets into Unreal Engine, and then that's pretty much it. Like, you didn't learn frickin' anything in that whole thing. So, so yeah, all of his videos are very frustrating to me, and even when before I started the channel and I was learning, and he was like, you know, a thing that's just like, you didn't learn, you, excuse me, had more questions than answers by the time you had finished one of his videos, right? So, but, you know, the guy's really good at making good thumbnails, making good titles, and kind of catching your attention, and then, yeah, he caters to, like, super beginners, right? So that's, a lot of more people are going to start Unreal Engine than they are going to get to the points that we're at, right? So, okay, and we got... my personal workflow is to try to keep things straight, clean, and the most optimized ways I could think of. I try to build up, try to plan a bit up front before starting, taking the day off, then refactor. Yeah, I don't do that either. I just, like, I start making it. Like, I know in my brain what I need to do, but I don't necessarily have to map it out. I'm just kind of, like, logically following the flow, like, okay, first we gotta do this, and then that, and blah, 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 right? Good afternoon, evening for everyone else. Master Cat Silver. What time zone are you in? I can't remember. It's not doxing you, right? What time zone are you in? I'm in PST, like no one else. So will Aura be free or is it a paid thing? I'm pretty sure it'll be a subscription-based thing like everything is these days. I just was approached by them and asked them if I wanted to be an alpha tester, so I got it for free, and then I gave 3 codes away for free to the Discord via a giveaway. Real time so far, Aura is a ready great liar. Yeah, right. It just invents nodes and tells me to finish up blueprints. It hasn't. Not used 0.7 much yet, but it has lots of potential. Yeah, I know it can create like meshes now, which are like, I literally could probably make better meshes blindfolded, but in terms of topology, but it'll get the job done for now. Yeah, it's made up stuff before for me too. When I first started Tarkov, I think it was 0.4 at that point, but I'm like, hey, like, how do I set up a drag and drop system, right? It basically was like, oh yeah, use strings instead of names. I was just like, what are you saying to me? Nonsense. Anyways, okay, so sometimes I already read that one. Sorry, 8:15 p.m. right now. Jeez, so you're 11 hours ahead, which means you're 1 over from the European time one. I don't know what that would be. So yeah, you're over in the Europes, are you? Code for what? Sorry, I'm just looking for your last question. Are they any better than Google Maps building models yet? Oh, I mean, I haven't even seen those. Those are dog shit. Actually, it was in Tarkov that I just created once. But yeah, they had a I made a character based off one of the drawings of Azura that we have in the Discord, and it made it, and it made a material, and it made everything else, and it did not look super great. But anyways, I see you have code on the Discord. Oh yeah, it was a key for people to try it out and be alpha testers for Aura. So that's what happened. But that was I don't know, probably three months ago or something like that, or 4 months ago. When I first started doing giveaways on the on the Discord, that's when it started. Okay, anyways, so yeah, let's. What time is it now? It's been 50 minutes of chatting, but I'll answer more questions obviously as we go. So that over there we go. Let's see where we were at. So we hit play. We open our inventory. Our thing has a breakpoint somewhere, I'm sure. Yep. Bang. Whoops, this one. Right, we were gonna fix that. Because it adds it all to what we wanted, but it doesn't cut it off like it should be. Which will be a UI thing, I suspect. So, yeah, we'll fix that, but... Whoops. What else we got here? We'll interact with this. It opens that. I don't know what's happening. I've never had this issue before. Where it just, like, doesn't really... do it in the right frickin' direction. So... alright, let's go to the inventory widget. Well, let's open... Yeah, we'll open this, and then we'll... Did it open? Oh, it's already open, I see. I also want to look at the grid, because perhaps... Right, we did this. And... we were having trouble with this last time, I recall. You do it in I do it in full blueprints, yes. I only script in blueprints at this time. Because C++ is, you know, a lot to learn at this point. So, I mean, I'm learning a lot every day anyway, but, yeah. Can I get the lottery results for me, please? It's a 3-hour delay in my favor. Yeah, right? I thought that too, back in the day. It's like, oh... Toronto's 3 hours ahead of me? They're in the future. But, okay, so that's... for loop, number of slots. Add child to grid. I mean, that all seems correct. But why do you do what you do? Let's explore this new thing, because people were telling me last time, instead of a grid panel, to use a... There's a different type of grid panel, which will be in panel. Grid panel, there's another one somewhere. This seems like way better, to be honest. Let's try this uniform grid panel, see what happens. Oops, I guess I gotta rename it, hey? Alright, let's see, let's put this in grid panel. Add child to grid. No, I guess I gotta add child to uniform grid. Okay, and I'm gonna delete this. I don't think I have to set the padding now, but we'll find out. Okay, let's have a look and see what it looks like. If it looks like crap, we'll see. Wow! So much better. There we go. Alright, try that now. I mean, yeah, so much better. That worked out. But the scroll box ain't working. Do I have to make that particular one... we're on... No, not the grid. The inventory screen. Items... Grid. Do I have to make this visible? Probably. And focusable. Okay, so let's see if that made that work. Nope, didn't make it work. Melee grid, vertical box, probably... No, vertical box does not have to be visible. I hear thumping upstairs, and I hope my kid's not coming down here to bother me for something. Chocolate? No! Anyways, grid, I can't recall what I did to make this work. I put a scroll box in all of them, so this will be in the inventory grid specifically. Designer, scroll box. Where's visibility? There it is. Okay, it is visible. But is the grid panel visible? No. So, does that need to be visible? I can't remember how to do that. We only made...
Daddy.
What? Stand by. I have to open a Kinder Surprise, everybody. There you go. Have fun building it.
I can't build it.
Okay, you'll have to wait till I'm done talking to the fine people on the internet before I build your Kinder Surprise. Okay. Alright, so let's see here. That this irritates me because this A should work because I've done scroll boxes before and they've worked fine. You know what? I'm actually having a flashback to... There's like another type of scroll box, I swear. Or was it a setting over here? Analog mouse wheel key. There, yeah, okay, sure. Is focusable, maybe? We gotta do that. Okay, well, so it can't go down anymore, so that's fine. But, there's like a clipping option, I felt like. Visibility when scrolling possible. I think you're young and just wants to be famous on your channel. Yeah, right. I wish my daughter was still that small. She's 12 and becoming a little turd. Yeah, I mean, my daughter's great. We went and played hockey yesterday. It was fun. Child pause. Yeah, she's pretty cute, but yeah, she's 5. She's in kindergarten. It's good stuff. But somebody go check on my laundry. I'm busy. Not expected. Change the size of the screen to see if you can change. Does it fit with the screen? Yeah, we'll fix that in a second. I will force the size of that or something, but what else do we need to do in here? Multi-clip to bounds. That, I think, yeah, we'll leave that as is, and then I'll just change the size, I think. So, yeah, I just want to see what the settings did for the last one. So, nothing. So, let's go back to the inventory screen. So, this, maybe if we add some padding to this, for one, this vertical box, or even this horizontal box, actually. Let's make the padding like 10. Just kind of shrink it all in there so it all actually fits. And then the vertical box, I think we'll do the same thing. We'll do like another 5 padding for that. Perfect. Item grid. Inventory type. Oh, all? Yeah, it should be all, for one. Does that even work then? Because... yeah, that's funny. Because it bypassed all the things that we had in there. It bypassed that it was only for attachments. That's funny. Melee grid. Should be melee. Weapons grid. Yeah, I think this inventory type's not even doing anything. Whatever. Other inventory, blah, 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 blah. Cool. I want to see what the other inventory actually looks like. Okay, well this all looks fine with the uniform grid now, to be honest, so that's cool. I think I can actually add some more padding in between these as well. I also told this to be 5 by 5, but I guess I only added 20 slots, so... yeah, the uniform grid is doing our thing that we want, but yeah, obviously we don't want it to like extend past the inventory screen, right? So, sorry, yeah, designer is what I want. Slot padding, let's do like 3. Minimum desired slot width. Oh, and let's actually maybe change this to center and center, not do fill. And maybe this will... this will probably screw it up, to be honest. Whatever, let's see what it looks like. It looks... oh, okay, it looks worse, actually. Well, that's probably because of the padding I just added. Okay... I'm working on an FPS shooter game, and I have performance issues with NPC enemy characters. The game time is too high, so I am CPU bottleneck. How can I find and fix the problem? You would use the profiler, but I'm not an expert in the profiler whatsoever, but basically you come down here. Well, first of all, open, where is it? Unreal Insights, open that. This is like a whole nother thing you gotta like learn. It's not just something you can just watch a couple tutorials and you're all good. So Unreal Insights, and then you come down here to, so you want to basically, you're tracing for stuff that's happening. So if I hit, I believe it's, yeah, start trace, simulate my game, you know, do some stuff like open my inventory, and then I come down here and I stop my trace. It should open up that trace in here. Just making sure, of course it is, yep. Let's see, whoops, I saved a snapshot and then made another trace. Recent traces, okay, so this will be this one, I believe, the one I just did. No, up here, so this one. So I'll open that in Unreal Engine Insights, and just making sure there's no, like, personal data on here. No, there's not, okay. So, yeah, basically, you'll, where the hell is it? I'm looking for my... I mean, I guess this is the calls. Yeah, I just gotta zoom out, or what the hell? Anyways, yeah, sorry. Like I said, I'm not an expert in this yet, so, like, there's no way in hell I can do a tutorial on this. But yeah, basically, you can look at all your like everything that happened per nanosecond, essentially. I just got to figure out, oh, timer type. flats, game frame. Yeah, it's one of these. Yeah, like I said, this is not an easy thing to just dive into and get, but because yeah, I can't even remember how to get. I had this up yesterday. Audio mixer session. Oh, okay. Whoop. Sorry, let me just pull up the correct one. Unless I didn't get anything. Let me make sure I. Whoops! I saved some more snapshots and traced again. Recent traces. Is this not how you do it? Well, anyways, I can show you one from, you know, another time. Like yesterday, I guess. Memory usage detected 80%. Unreal Insights might need more memory. Oh, is that why it's not working? Okay, makes sense. Yeah, hopefully I'm going to get some more RAM soon, but yeah, I'm running obviously OBS, which is the streaming software, and then I'm running Unreal Engine at the same time, so I'm pretty maxed out. But yeah, basically this will come over and you can like scroll in and look at literally everything that's being called in the game, and it'll show you like where the performance spikes are. So yeah, this is what you would use. But in terms of not using that or not learning it, I think what you would do instead is you'd have to look at your code and, you know, are you doing a lot of work per frame, or are you not using inheritance or anything like that? Like, is there a lot of stuff being loaded into memory, or a lot of stuff being requested to be done on, you know, at the same time? That's obviously where your bottlenecks are going to be, and you just got to clean that code up a bit as much as you can, right? So, performance issues with NPC enemy characters. So yeah, do you have multiple different types of characters on them? And like I said, are they inheriting from a parent? Because if they're inheriting from a parent, that should help alleviate some of the performance issues. Yeah, pay attention to what's being used on tick, and pay attention to what... Yeah, basically, it's the same thing with the weapons. If they all have weapons and they're all shooting guns at the same time, perhaps they're all generating a bunch of bullets at once, and that can slow down your game. So object pool pattern for bullets is like pretty much mandatory for FPSs if you're using projectiles. If you're using a line trace, then that wouldn't be an issue, I wouldn't think, because line traces aren't really performance heavy. So game is too high. Yeah, I think my brain should accept this idea. Oh, I see you're responding to BSG. I think the best way would be to wrap the UGP with the scroll box. I didn't see how you set it up. Let's see how I set it up, because, yeah, I don't know, maybe I screwed it up. Can I select fill? Okay, sure. Oh, this grid should not be fill screen. I think this grid should be desired on screen, actually. You can add components now? Most hover... Oh, I didn't know this was here. Cool. I learned something new. Let's do custom. How wide did we make our grids? Or our slots? Compile. So, where's our slots? Item slots. We made it 100 by 100. So what I'll do is I'll make it, we want it 5 wide, we'll make it 500 wide, and then I'm going to make it 350 high. And the reason I'm doing it that way is because, just a design thing, it's going to cut off the bottom row to show them that they can scroll down, essentially, if that makes sense. Maybe I should do 450, actually, then, for that reason, because we do have... Well, I'll do 350 just to make sure it works, and then we can change it back after. But, yeah, maybe that was what our issue was. Nope. Nope. F me. So... Sorry, I wanted to see this again. Right, this works fine. Okay, sweet. I like how, like, you know, I've been working on this inventory for, like, this is the 3rd video now. We just want it to work so we can do the other stuff. But, so, you know what? I do want to... So I did size this correctly, actually. I think. Or it should be getting cut off right here. Technically. So do I have to add a clipping thing now? On the grid? Grid panel. Let's do auto and not fill. And let's do this and this. Or let's do this and that. Okay, let's... I don't know if that fill thing made a difference. Nope. Nope. There's our padding. There's our visibility. Clipping. Clip to bounds. Nope, still doesn't work. And the scroll box is not even showing up now. Scroll box. I'm gonna... Scroll bar visibility. Visible, orient, yeah, scroll padding. Always show scroll bar. I mean, I wish I could show scroll bar when scrolling possible. I wish that was an option. Navigation destination into view. Yeah, into view. Scroll when focus changes. Allow click drag scrolling. Consume pointer input. Enable touch scrolling is focusable. Yeah, everybody, I don't know what the hell is going on here. I kind of want to open up my other project that has this already. If you wrap it in a scroll box, then the unified grid will be visible according to that. If you wrap it in a scroll box, it is wrapped in a scroll box, though. Or do you mean the whole thing? Oh no, we want it to be localized, right? Allow over scroll. Yeah, always show. Yeah, so yeah, I'm pretty sure this is yeah, what we want, right? We don't want to do it on the inventory screen, right? Oh, I see. Maybe we do. I kind of want to just look at my other project and have a look at it. Or did I screenshot this code like a good boy? We'll see. Well, I feel dumb, everybody, because I can't remember how to do it. So I gotta... well, this is why I have the notebook, right? Okay, search for... well, just... oh yeah, inventory. Just literally anything inventory related. Yes, this is the one that I did it on, so... oh no, that's for Tarkov. Inventory grid widget. Which one was this? This was... oh, that's for Tarkov 2, which I'm deleting anyway. Inventory slot crafting system with data assets. Yes, actually this one I did a scroll box for. But of course I didn't finish it. It's probably easier just to find it manually, to be honest. UI... drag and drop for inventory. Sure. Well, I have a scroll box there and there. But in the crafting one specifically is where I perfected that. Location cards. Is it up here somewhere? Nope. Documentation controls, character blueprint logic, sort gameplay tags, gameplay crafts. Yeah, craft system. Yeah, this one here. Craft system with data assets. Did I do? Geez, look at this crafting system. Geez, so much stuff going on. Crafting system. I have it twice. I guess I have it twice. Oh, okay. Yikes. That's a complicated system, everybody. Anyways, inventory system with data assets. Or data tables and data assets. It wouldn't be in there. Quest system, interact, crafting system. Okay, looks like I gotta open up my thing here, so I have to open up 5.6. Which is fine. I will minimize this so my GPU's not rendering it, and then it'll be fine. Where's the Queen been lately? Holiday season stuff? Pretty much, yeah. I hope she puts a picture of her computer that she can't use because it's just so full of GIFs. The OP notebook, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I need to actually screenshot a couple of things that I haven't screenshotted yet because obviously for situations like this where it's like I did it before and it worked, I just don't understand why it's not working now. It might be the inventory screen, not this. Okay, yeah, we'll look into that in a sec. I'm using inheritance. Wasm is responding to his thing about his performance issues. I'm using inheritance to the NPC. The only thing is I'm doing it per tick. I'm doing per tick is thread safe anim update, and the behavior tree I think will dive into the profiling world. Thanks for the response. The only thing I'm doing per tick, is thread safe anim update. I see. But just remember that things are still running on tick in your player, or in your enemies rather. What else would be slowing down your performance thing? You know what also would probably slow it down a little bit is, if you haven't seen my video, by the way, I just released a new video yesterday on the factory method. If you guys have not watched that, you need to watch it. It's like, when I learned that, I couldn't believe how easy it was for one, and number two, like how optimized it was and like out of the gate. So, basically a factory method will be like, I'll show you how to spawn items, with only data assets, and you will write, so we did an item class. You'll script what you want in the item class, in terms of like your static mesh, and then any code if you like overlap with the item or you interact with the item or anything like that. So we do that, and then we create a factory for that item class, and then you drag the factory in the world, tell it what data asset you want, and then it loads the item. Like, that's it. It's super easy. Really recommend watching that video if you haven't seen it. The one before that was on event dispatchers, so you can check that out. But anyways, I forgot where I was going with this. It was the last video. So the benefit of last video is it uses only soft references inside the data asset, does not load them until you actually tell it what item you want, and then the factory will say, hey, this item load, and it'll load only that item, and then once that item loads, the begin play triggers, and then it only loads the assets that it needs. So it's like one of the most optimized things you can frickin' do, to be honest. And a lot of people on my channel asked me to show more examples of like how to use soft references properly and stuff. That video, 10 out of 10. I've watched that video myself like 3 times because I'm like, this is such a good video. Anyway, so yeah, check that out, and maybe look at soft reference stuff. Because if you have inheritance, I'm sure you have multiple different enemy types, but they have different materials and different blah blah blah, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, check that out. Okay, I hope you got her something great for Christmas, buddy. She's gonna be so stoked. I wanted to open her gift now, but she won't. She refuses. She wants it to open on Christmas. I'm like, all right. My PC gets very sad when I have 2 instances of UE running. Yeah, got it. Why did I walk into the kitchen again? Yeah, for coffee, Mark. Yeah, more coffee. There was another reason, probably food. Okay, browse. I just gotta open up this. Yeah, 5.6. Let's open this up. Block out, don't care. I just bumped Tarkov up to 5.7 yesterday, so I should not, other than my actual project, like this one, I don't think anything else is on 5.6, so I'm slightly afraid to bump it up, because last time I bumped it up, it reset the transforms for all of the, items in my test level, which was really annoying, so I don't know if that's gonna happen again. Okay, crafting menu? Yes, crafting menu. Let's have a look at you. And don't need crafting item info. Crafting recipe. This one is actually the one I want. Crafting recipes list, because that's the one where it's actually working. We just got to wait for Unreal to think about some stuff, and then, you know, while we're waiting, if you guys are watching and are not familiar with what's happening here, we do, I've compiled 5 of these into one, but we do a request a system live stream every Saturday, so if you guys want to request a system, just scan the QR code on screen now, or link in the description will send you over to the Google form. You guys can just fill out the system that you're looking for and give any feedback on the channel if you've been, you know, seen a couple of videos or whatever, but basically, yeah, so I've compiled 5 requests into one, and we've spent a month on this freaking inventory now, so hopefully I'll get to the hotbar and stuff soon, and we can learn some new stuff. But anyways, yeah, so that's that. Okay, so this is my crafting menu. There's my thing there, which has a scroll box in it, so that tells me that it's in the actual widget itself, that where we want the scroll box. So, oh, the scroll box, oh, and I did a retainer box too, like a good boy. List box. We don't want a list box. We want... Oh, sorry. Right. The way I coded this was because... Here, I'll just open my level and you guys can see how I coded it. Unreal. Just fucking work. How about that? Super annoying. Just go to the effing things I want you to go to. I don't even remember what I was going to open up now. My levels. Levels. The content drawer just froze. Like, I don't know what the hell's going on here. Levels. And this won't go away. And yeah, there's some shit happening that's not acceptable. Search and levels. TG. Yes, I've tried to tell you to put on the level filter, but it's just, I don't know, this is just like effed up, so I'm just going to close it and reopen it. It's like totally frozen. Like I can like interact with buttons, but I can't even, it just won't friggin' work, so that's annoying. Which one's which now? This one's that one. There, I just close it that way. That works. Not sure what happened there, everybody. That was messed up. But anyways, okay, I got a Keurig for Christmas last year, and I put it in my office room. The coffee from those things sucks, though. I found a couple I like, but then refilling with water every day. Holy moly, pass. You know what's funny is Azura made that comment about our coffee machine that we got, that she doesn't want to be refilling it all the time, but it's just like if you made like actual coffee, you'd be putting coffee in the coffee maker anyway, so I don't know what the big deal is, personally. Mark, you should get yourself a percolator and some Marley brand coffee. That stuff is tasty. Yeah, I'm not big on the Keurigs either. I think their coffee tastes like ass. Yeah, so I have like an actual like good coffee barista machine now, so I used to just do French press coffee. That was the way to go. But now I make caramel macchiatos every day like a white girl. So, alright, are we gonna work now? Okay, block out level. Load it, please, before I lose my goddamn mind. Is it Bob Marley? Did I sound like Bob Marley? Yes, it is actually, with flavors like Buffalo Soldier. Nice, cool. I would love to get a coffee sponsorship on the channel. That'd be awesome. I tried to get a sponsorship with Yeti, and they said no. They at this time we're not accepting. Okay, well, whatever. F you then. F you then, I only drink on a Yeti every goddamn day of the frickin' stream. And sometimes my videos. Okay, so there's this, everything reset when I made this into 5.6, which is super annoying. Like, everything went over here and just bunched up. Okay, so when it does this, it means it's loading all the materials and stuff into the world, so obviously I need to optimize this way better. Once it's loaded, it's all good, but yeah, it just takes a minute to get going here. Okay, any day now. It's never taken this long. It's probably because my memory's a little short. to be honest. So we'll see. There we go. Load all them textures. Come in. Come in. There we go. We all good. We're still starting. Okay. So we're all good. Yeah, I gotta optimize this better. Oh, that is super wrong. Oh, interesting. Oh, right. I forgot. Somebody, it was Leroy Jenkins on the Discord, told me about a node that I didn't know existed. I can show you guys after, but it's, anyways, we'll use a crafting table. So there's a scroll box. I don't need to add, I don't need to scroll right now because I've only added 3, and then I've told it to, you know, as you discover recipes in the world, like this guy over here. Let's pick that up. Added recipe, I come back over here, interact with the table, there's my new recipe, right? So that's kind of what I wanted, but this does work. I did put a bunch of recipes on, and the scroll box does actually work, so yeah. Let's go back to the crafting thing. So, blueprints, UI, widgets. Crafting menu, crafting weapons, crafting weapons with everybody. Yeah, so it's inside here, scroll box, then a retainer box, and then a list box. So it's essentially the same, but what are the settings? I don't have anything down there, interesting. And it's visible here, retainer box wouldn't be visible. Oh, it is visible. I just made everything visible except for the list box. Oh, you know what? Okay, I think this actually made me realize what the problem might be. I think the list box, or sorry, the grid panel can't be hit testable because then it's consuming the input over the scroll box, if that makes sense. I think that's what's happening. I'm going to just minimize this, and then we'll get back into here, and we'll see if that is indeed the issue. So the grid itself needs a scroll box, which is what happened, and this should be not hit testable self only, because its children should be hit testable because we want to interact with those items. Okay, let's. Well, it's not going to fix our actual issue of, like, you know, what's it called, of over scrolling or whatever, or overdoing the thing. So perhaps it does work. We just gotta make the items, you know, make it have more items. Sorry, we have some defaults here. Number of slots, 4. Current items, rows wide. I think we got rid of those, didn't we? We don't even use those anymore. Yeah, that we didn't, so I'm gonna get rid of those. Columns high, rows wide, don't care. So, oh, by the way, if you guys didn't know this, so it won't let you delete, well, you know this for sure, but maybe I can explain why. So, like, current data asset, if I go to try to delete that, current item, yeah. So if I go to try to, it's going to say, oh, this is in use, do you want to delete it? That means actually that there's a reference to this in the graph somewhere, obviously. But that also means that it is loaded, right? So if you go to delete something, and it lets you delete it, it means that it's not being referenced anywhere. So that's a kind of a good thing to keep in mind if you're thinking about, like, hard references and stuff. Yeah, like we were talking about the unbind or whatever in a couple videos ago. So if you go to delete something and it doesn't delete on its own, that means that it's in the graph being referenced somewhere, and that value should be cleared out on the end play event so that it can get deleted. Okay, anyways. So yeah, that went away. Back in here, so border, scroll box. We don't need a border because the inventory screen has a border. So that's a good call there. We're going to replace with child. Okay, so now we just have the scroll box, and which is visible. We'll just say always shows scroll box, sure. Custom is focusable, blah blah blah, visibility, that grid panel not visible, perfect. Okay, so that's fine. If we can't get this to work, I'm just going to move on because I don't want to spend the entire stream trying to fix this issue. So yeah, the scroll box is there. There's nowhere left to scroll, but it does, like I said, over, what's it called? Over, shoot on this here. So in my other project, how did I fix this issue? Crafting menu. I see. So I put it in a menu content, and then did I clip it? No, I didn't clip it. I told it to fill. Fill screen, blah, 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 blah. Crafting recipes list. Okay, so I didn't do that. I added some padding. I made this whole thing not hit testable. That's interesting. You know what? I didn't do that in the other project. Inventory screen. Item grid. I made it visible. So let's not hit testable self only, I guess. We'll see if that happens there. Interesting. Sorry, I'm still trying to fix the scrolling, but what I need to fix is the clipping issue. Because we told this to fill screen. What up, Dr. Beats? Nice name. Everyone likes to stream as you enter. Thanks in advance. Yeah, a spacer might fix it. A spacer. Does not have a visual representation, just provides padding between other widgets. I didn't even know this was a thing. That is awesome. I don't think a spacer in this case would help because we do want it to fill. Okay, I see what you see. I think, well, padding should be doing the trick, to be honest. Oh, sorry. Item grid. Yeah, item grid is where I added the padding. The widget clips content bounds of this widget intersects those bounds in any previous clipping areas. This widget clips to bounds when its desired size is larger than the allocated geometry the widget is given. That occurs. Sure, we'll try that. And the other thing I was going to try is item grid. Let's just do like 50 slots. Okay, so so that actually worked. The clipping, whatever I did on the horizontal box actually worked, but we should have 50 slots in here, but we don't. We should be able to also scroll down as well. So maybe I will allow over scrolling in this case. This guy, scroll box, allow over scroll. Animate wheel scrolling, front pad, yeah, that's all good. Navigation, that's fine. Focus changes, okay. So let's try it now. I can't overscroll. Okay, whatever. Okay, I'm moving on because, you know, it's just going to take too much time and we've already been streaming for an hour. So the next thing we were going to do is the drag and drop-y stuff. So we come over to this guy here. We open our inventory. Here's our stuff. We want to be able to drag it and add it to our inventory. Okay, so that is somewhat complicated, but not too bad. It's not too bad. Let me just get my notes here and open the drag and drop bit so I can reference it here. Gameplay, I think it's in UI, to be honest. UI, drag and drop. Okay, hey look, convenient. Okay, so yeah, obviously for the drag and drop, you need to do a couple things. You need to create, which we've duplicated already. We need to create a drag widget. Okay, so this widget doesn't necessarily have all of the same code as this, so you can actually go in here and I'm going to close this other one too, just to free up some ramage. Okay, so yeah, there's our drag inventory. We don't need, unless maybe we do, we don't need a button is the big thing. Okay, so we can, yeah, let's go to the graph and delete some stuff first. We basically just need to set the item data. Okay, so there's our item data right there. Current index, we're going to hang on to that because we might want to reference it later when we actually drag this object out. So check if the data asset is valid. Setting the slot data. I think we keep this. We actually won't need this. We don't need slot empty because it won't matter. We don't need this because it's not even going to run if we don't have an item to drag, right? So we're going to click on a thing and we're going to check if the data asset is valid. If it's not valid, we're not going to run this at all. Okay, so we'll also do that check in something else here. But yeah, so basically this, we don't need a button. Sure, we'll fix whatever it was after. So we don't need a button. We don't need... the size box is fine. The quantity is fine. We're just going to change the visibility, or the alpha to like 0.5, or 0.2, I guess. Okay, that's fine. We should add an image, though, to this size box. Okay, image, that's perfect. Image size, I guess we should rename this to item image. And that's a variable, and then we want to do the image size 32 by 32. Is that what we... Maybe, yeah, something like that. We'll do 100 by 100 because that's the size of it. Okay, back in the graph, we'll just make sure we set that. Set brush from texture. I just showcased this off, so I'm going to just show you guys now. So see how this, in item data asset, we have the image. This is going to break the other thing too, but whatever, we'll fix it after. If we go to the data assets, the PDA, item data, yeah, we tested this. Is it item? Yeah, it'd be item data. By the way, just so you know, the video that I just released, you cannot create child data assets and have it work with the factory. Just so you know, I tested that out, it didn't work. So, because you can't access the variables from the child in that new one, right? So, okay, anyway, so this image, texture 2D, should be a soft object class reference. Basically, in your data assets, try to always use soft references. This one obviously is unavoidable, the enum, because you can't do that. Everything else, oh, this is a soft texture as well, so, or a soft reference as well, so that's great. So we're gonna hit compile, that's gonna break a bunch of shit, that's fine. So the node inside your UI that you want is from your item image. So instead of set brush by texture, you're going to set, where is it? Set brush from soft texture, okay? This will take our data asset thing, which is a soft reference, and it will load it. Okay, so this makes all the images not be able to be referenced until they're in the widget that they're actually being used in. Really, really good to do it that way. Okay, we have set brush by texture. We are setting the item quantity, setting the text, blah, 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 blah. Okay, great. So that's all changed. We'll hit compile. Oh, the image I think should also be, like the render opacity should be like 0.3 or something like that. Okay, and we'll just put an image in there just to have a reference. The weapon, I guess. Or the white something, rather. Sure, we'll have the grenade in there, or that. Size box, don't we want to scale this down? Oh, sorry, the image changed, didn't it? Yes, we need 100 by 100, which it didn't matter, and then center and center. That didn't matter either. White grenade medkit? Oh, okay, well, that's not how it's supposed to be named, hey? Yeah, I guess we need a scale box instead of a size box. Replace with a... God damn it, I hate when it does this. Replace with child. Wrap with a scale box. Okay, and... scale to fit, and we only want it to scale down. Compile, desired on screen, to have to change that as well. Item image, that's fine. Scale box, scale to fit, non-detestable. Don't know why the item image looks like that. Do I have to go even further? Nope. How much by 100? Oh, maybe we do need a size box. Wrap with a size box. Sorry, undo that. All we need to do is do custom and then set it to 100 by 100. Just, we don't need to do the size box then, but this image still looks dumb. Okay, so if I change the image back to whatever it was, what is it called? White something or other. We'll do the weapon. There, okay, it works. Sweet. Okay, so that's our drag widget. Okay, so yeah, that's obviously one part of it. The other part of it is we need to create a drag and drop operation. So that will be that will hold all of the data that you want to take from the original widgets area or the original grid or whatever the case is, and then you can access that when you drop it on the new grid or the news section, right? So yeah, that's pretty much that's mandatory for this to work. And then we need to do a couple of other things in regards to the... We won't do it on the drag item, but we'll do it in the item slot, actually. Then we'll have to create... In functions, we need to override. We need to do a on preview mouse button down, I believe it is. Or on key down, one of those two. And then we need to do on drop. We need to script in there. You could do stuff for drag enter, like I did in Tarkov. Like when you enter the thing, it will on drag enter. It'll say, "Hey, I'm being hovered over," and it'll return its coordinates. And then it'll check the item's size, and then it'll check the surrounding slots to see if they're also available. And then it will feed into the feedback system, and it'll turn them green or red. So yeah, that's one way you can do it. I changed the enum to a gameplay tag for equipment and made it specific for each slot. I did that in Tarkov. In Tarkov, all the key items have tags, or key item slots, I should say, have tags for what they are. And then if the thing is a key item, so if it's a weapon or whatever, then I've added the gameplay tag saying that this is a weapon or a large weapon or whatever. And then when I drag it onto the key item slot, it checks, hey, do these gameplay tags match, right? So, okay. I'm not going to finish the hospital this weekend. Is that by choice or because something happened? I didn't mean to yell at y'all. What are you talking about, Mark? You're my little Rottweiler in the Discord. Someone's like, TG sucks. You're like, oh, you fucking suck. Which I appreciate, by the way, because I'm not much of a rowdy myself, but... Anyways, okay, so let's start this drag and drop thing. I'm just gonna look at my notes here so I can see what the hell we're doing here. So let's talk about making the drag widget, which we already did. Okay, here's the drag and drop. Okay, so let's do the drag and drop. So let's get this out of the way for now. So we'll open this up. I don't have any items. Oh, right, because it didn't load any items in because I made it a soft object reference. So let's fix that right now. Right here. So delete. See? I optimized it by saving memory. Set brush from soft texture. Soft like the Downies. Ultra Downy. Get up there. Get down here. Okay, compile. There we go. Okay, so something happened here. How these get all squished up? I gotta type max size. There we go. So when we drag from our other inventory into our inventory, what data do we need to transfer? Obviously the data asset, because it has all of the stuff, right? We need to, like, the data asset is pretty much the only thing I would think that we need to transfer, because there's nothing else. I'm thinking Tarkov wise, because Jesus, that you need to know a lot of different stuff. You need to know, oh yeah, did I do that in my notes here? Because I was just in Tarkov, I have to store like the original grid it came from and the index it was a part of. And then when you drop it, it's especially if you swap an item. If you drop it on another item, it's going to take the old item stuff, send this item to this grid, and then once that item is transferred and gone, then it puts the other item where this one was. So it's slightly complicated. If you're just adding it, you're just dragging and dropping it, and then it's going to just remove this item from this grid and then add it to this grid. So let's see here. I'll drag this over so you can all see what I'm looking at here. inventory slot. This is the drag and drop operation, but I just want to look at, yeah, what did we have in there? We had, yeah, so we have an out index, out grid, out slot. So that's like the actual widget. Out inventory. Oh yeah, because if they're in two separate inventories, like in this case they are, right? Like this is a whole totally separate inventory component than this one, right? We're going to want to swap those out. And then item, yeah, the item inventory data stuff. Okay, and then this is the inventory slot. Is this just sets? Yeah. Okay, so we'll do all this on preview mouse down, on drag detected, on drop. Does our inventory match this one? Yeah, we gotta do all this stuff. Like, yeah, there's quite a bit of stuff to do, so I'll see how much we can get done here in 2 hours. But yeah, so first thing we'll do is we'll create the drag and drop system here, or operation, pardon me. Okay, so you go into Unreal Engine, you go into, or sorry, into your content drawer. I usually do it in my UI, because I mean, it's a UI thing, right? So you're right click, you're gonna go to Blueprint Class, you're gonna go to All Classes at Drag and Drop Operation. Select BP underscore drag item op. Okay, we'll call it that. More like chihuahuas, yeah, I can't do anything from here. Bruh. Bree. God, I'm so sick of not being able to do more memes, do memes in YouTube comments, right? Memes are half of my communication on the internet. I mean, it just really depicts, you know, the current mood you're in, right? It's perfect. Okay, so we'll open this drag and drop operation, and we will create the variables that we need. So I, again, saw that we need the inventory, or sorry, we'll say out inventory. Okay. We don't need to do the in inventory because when we're scripting the on drop for this drag and drop, we're gonna have access to all that data anyway on the grid that we're dropping it on, right? So, okay, so BPC inventory, and this will be an object reference. All of these will need to be instance editable and exposed on spawn because we need to set all of this data when we create the drag and drop thing, right? So our out inventory, we have our out item. What do we call this? It's a struct, right? Item data? Is that no? What the hell do we call it? Shit, data. Oh, primary data. Derp. Okay. PDA. No, we need the whole struct, don't we? Here, it's in here. What is it called? S inventory item, okay. There it is, okay. That was annoying because I couldn't remember what it's called. You work on so many projects and then you forget what all your stuff's called. I mean, even in the same project, you forget what your stuff's called. Okay, next was a out integer, so we know what spot to swap it with when we swap with another item. Okay, and then we got our out grid and our out slot. So out grid will be the widget component that inventory grid object reference, and then one more for the actual item out item slot, we'll call it. There it is. Okay, so yeah, all these instance editable. Oh, I can't select multiples. Lame. Suppose and spawn. There. All the instance editable suppose on spawn. Perfect. So that's been created. However, inside this drag and drop, you want to script stuff that is related to the cancellation of items, right? So specifically, like if you drop this item not on a grid, it's going to automatically cancel stuff. So we'll do event drag canceled. For some reason I put cancel drag drop on here, but this would be triggered by that, so that doesn't make sense to me, but sure, okay. If it doesn't work, then we'll come back here. So basically, for example, in Tarkov, I keep bringing that up because like I've done drag drops before, and then obviously I had to do like totally different stuff for that game, for that series. So for Tarkov, when I start dragging an item, I automatically clear the coordinates that it was occupying so that we can query if we can swap items to that spot, if they're big enough for that spot, blah, 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 blah. But if I cancel the drag drop, then I've removed those coordinates, and now I've screwed everything up. So in this drag drop operation, I had to reset the coordinates back to what they originally were, right? So, Mark, retract that for fuck's sakes. Anyways, okay, so we got this made, and next thing we need to do is we need to do some scripting inside our item slots. Okay, so this is our, we'll just comment this initial logis. Anyways, what do we got here? Updates if slots exist. So I got a couple of custom events. And we got some mouse entering stuff. So I have a custom event up here. Okay, refresh slot. So we're going to hang on to that. It looks like we set our index in here, so it's slightly different than what I have in my thing, which is fine, because I think this is actually a good thing. We can just store the index in the actual item, and then it's great. So that's great. And then we got on mouse enter. I see. So the on mouse enter is for specifically my item info. So if I get out of this and bring it over, this bit, maybe it's not in this bit. It's in my inventory. Item info window. Okay, yeah. So it's not this exact one, but like there's this in the thing right over here. So every time I roll over my widget, it's grabbing the item data and it's sending it all to this, and then this is updating, right? So I have that set obviously in my my actual project, and then I don't have one for Tarkov, and we don't have one for this project, so we don't need to do that. What are we? Gameplay, crafting. What are we working on? Drag and drop. Drag and drop. Okay, so next, if we can skip that, that's kind of nice. Set data as nothing if what? So we check and see if the data asset's valid, and then we check, and if it's not valid, we hide all the stuff, which we've done already. Hides image and number slot if not valid. Yeah, perfect. And set icon. Okay, yeah, all that doesn't matter. The next thing we need to do is for the on preview mouse down. So we'll go to the functions. We will go to on preview mouse button down. Okay, this is the first part of the drag and drop. This needs to be done. This is kind of anticipating what's going to happen. Okay, we're going to hit compile. First off, in Designer, this needs to be focusable. This whole, we'll call it the whole thing here. This needs to be visible and is focusable. Oh, sorry, we made this not visible because we wanted the item to be visible. Yeah, so we're gonna do that, sorry. Not accessible self only. Item button would be visible. I'm pretty sure that's like the default and you can't change it. Oh no, you can't change it. Anyways, yeah, so that's perfect. So on this visibility, that's where we're gonna detect the drag. So on preview mouse down, we need to first obviously check if the, where are you? Item data is valid. Because if it's not, then we don't want to do the drag and drop at all, right? By the way, the difference between, if you type in is valid, the difference between this is valid and this is valid is literally, this is just a macro of this plus a branch, right? So that's all it is. So if I open this up, that's all it is, right? So the other is valid is this one. So they just made a macro in the engine that just skips all this BS. So, all right, where were we? Over here. Okay, we're checking if it's valid. If it's valid, we are going to grab the mouse event, which is right here, and we're going to get is mouse button down, and we want to do our left click mouse button. So I've been getting really pissed off about shortcuts not working. Apparently that's a known issue, so I hope in the next update they actually fucking fix that, because that's really fucking annoying. Because I used to just drag out and push B and make a branch, and I can't do that anymore. Or you drag out of here and you push F to make a for each loop, or you push G to get a gate, or whatever. Like, they just don't work anymore. It's freaking stupid. And anyway, so now I gotta actually type branch and take up more of my valuable time. Anyway, so next we get a drag detect if pressed. Drag detect if pressed. So this obviously detects if we're dragging the item after our mouse button is clicked. Okay, so drag key is going to be the same. This normally, I actually made a mistake yesterday with this. I dragged out of here and got handled, because that's normally what you do in these, but you actually drag this into here, and this is just saying like, hey, this is the mouse, right? We're on preview mouse down button, right? So we're looking specifically for mouse inputs. We're saying, hey, detect if this button was dragged, and then this is the return value of this, right? If you don't do that, it doesn't work. So, yeah, so we compile. That's done. That's all you need to do for on preview mouse button down. Okay, press B, then left click for branch, right? No, I just straight ass put, like, I'm click and dragging. If I just push left click and B, like, that doesn't even work. And I used to be able to push S and click and get a sequence. Like, that doesn't work anymore. They fucked it up. I gotta fix that. Anyways. That's the first one. Okay, next we're going to work on drag detect, actually. So we'll go down on drag detect. So when we detect that we're dragging, you can see it has an operation outputs, and this is where we create our drag and drop operation. Okay, so first off, we need to create widget, which is going to be the drag widget. The drag widget, everybody. There's the item drag slot. We're going to promote that to a variable. Drag slot. Or, yeah, drag slot, sure. Then we're going to do the whole, if this exists, then don't make it. But if it doesn't exist, then make it kind of thing, right? So convert that to validate get. We're going to do is not valid into here. I see. Item. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we'll drag our item stuff into here, and that will populate it. Perfect, okay, and then we'll do the same thing over here. We will grab this, and we will set item, because if we're triggering this again, that means that we are obviously moving in separate item, possibly. Okay, and we'll do is valid, or from is valid into there. All right, this is where you create the drag and drop. So let's drag out of here, create drag drop operation. Okay. Bunch of stuff here that we don't need. Payload is like an object reference, so you have to, what's the word? You can plug literally anything in here, right? Because it's an object reference, but then you have to cast to get the exact item on the other side, on top of casting to the drag and drop operation. So I just think it's, to be honest, a little easier to just have the item as an input. So this makes it more diverse, but yeah, you would have to cast on the other side to get access to the specific item that you're wanting, right? So okay, anyways, the pivot point is like where this item's going to pivot on your mouse. I think center is fine. You can do like top left, whatever the hell, and then offset it a bit if you want. Drag default visual, like you roll over this is where you would put your widget, but it even says like most people create a new widget to represent the temporary drag, which we already done, so we're not going to use that. We're going to select our drag item op, and then there's all of our exposed items. Okay, so that's weird that it put it all right at the top, but sure. Okay, we'll just plug all this in here. Oh, one thing I like to do is actually, I don't do it in here, but that's kind of shocking. We're going to get this item slot, and we're going to set visibility to hidden. Yeah, hidden. Okay. And the reason obviously for that is when we're dragging the widget, we want the widget that's in this slot to disappear. Now back in our drag and drop operation, on drag canceled, we're going to get the out item slot, sorry, right here. And we're going to set our visibility to visible so that we can unhide it and then set it to visible again so we can interact with it again, okay? Yours is working, hey? Interesting. I think it's a project-specific bug. It's in my it's for my project currently. Cause yeah, mine doesn't work in Tarkov and it doesn't work in this, so it must be like maybe an engine-specific bug. But like I can't find anything. Like I went to shortcuts in, I guess it's editor preferences. Shortcuts. Maybe is it in just general settings? Did I miss it? Or I probably called keyboard shortcuts. There it is. Cool. So this is in, I want specifically like the editor ones. Oh, blueprint editor. Just looking for one I use all the time down here. Oh, okay, this is the wrong blueprint editor. Blueprint editor spawn nodes by blah blah blah. How about I just type in branch? Create branch. Create. I guess it's not even in here. Like, geez. Create a comment. See, that one does still work. Okay, well, instead of a branch, how about like a sequence? Level sequence editor, that's probably a bad one. Gate? No, it doesn't have gate in there. For each? Like, I don't even see those in here anymore. That's really annoying. Blueprint editor spawn, camera, don't care, don't care, don't care. Can I collapse all? Is that an option? There, collapse all. Oh, or don't work. Collapse all. Okay, whatever. I don't want to spend time on it. I just really know that that's a thing. Anyway, so back to this item slot. So we're in the on-drag detected. We're going to set that as hidden. We're going to plug in all of our stuff now. So we got, it's asking for the out inventory, which, we don't have a reference to that, and we don't even have a reference to our parent either. I guess we have to create a reference to our parent, which I don't think I had in the original one, did I? Sorry, I'm just looking here just to see event slot. Oh, I had a reference to the inventory itself. Yeah, so I did. Oh, I did have it. Okay, so we will create a variable for our assigned inventory. Okay, so BPC inventory object reference. Okay, and perfect. So we have to expose that on spawn though. So exposed on spawn. Where do we create this? In the grid, I'm assuming. Where do we create the widgets? Right here. Create item slot. Yeah, and then I'll refresh this, and it'll be there. Or it won't be there. Did I? Oh, compile. Now it'll be there. There we go. Signed inventory. This doesn't even have a reference to it? That's kind of crazy, honestly. Display inventory. How does it get its item data? Oh, I see. I tried to make this slightly, like, modular. Content, UI, HUD class. Okay, so we created an inventory. Oh, is this inventory menu? Refresh inventories. Okay, I keep the inventory in the actual inventory screens. Can I... Oh, look at this. Get player inventory. Except we might not want specifically the player's inventory. We want whatever inventory that this belongs to. I guess we'll do the same thing in... It's a little annoying, but yeah, I guess we'll do the same thing inside of the item grid, inventory grid. We'll have to make a, you know, assigned inventory. You know what we'll do instead, actually? So here, we'll make this, we'll finish this. Okay, so that's done. We'll make that exposed on spawn. Inventory grid, and then we're gonna have to go to our inventory screen and set that. Where do we create the grids? Or the grids are already created, aren't they? Yeah, because we drag them in as their own thing, hey? Yeah, we do. Okay, so what we'll have to do is... So this is for the other inventory, right? Yeah, it is. So, okay, so we'll have to set that other inventory down here, and then all of these other grids we'll have to set display inventory grid. Oh, what if we have what if we add an input here? Yeah, let's do that. Inventory grid, display inventory. We'll say assign inventory. Yeah, just wrapping your head around all this stuff again is like really like takes some time, hey. So we'll set this here. Come on, get out of there. Oh yeah, the most annoying one, I cannot push R to add a reroute node anymore because that shortcut's gone too. It's so annoying. I just don't understand why I did that. Okay, anyways, yeah, so we'll assign our inventory on this event here. That way we should only have to do it once inside of inventory grid because we made these macros, didn't we? Oh no, not inventory, the inventory screen. Are these macros? Yeah, they are macros, perfect. So, assigned inventory, we're gonna have to grab our components and grab our... Shit. This one uses a macro too, doesn't it? Oh no, it doesn't. Sweet, okay. So yeah, assigned inventory here will be the other inventory. Isn't it? Oh, that's the actual widget stuff. So other inventory right there. Like how they're named the same thing, and they let me name it. They allowed me to name it the same thing. Anyways, whatever then. Okay, so then this macro we can edit, and we can just plug in the player's inventory. Perfect. Okay. That's done. Let's go to the slot. So we don't actually need this in the slot, which will help. We just need a reference to our parent class, or a parent grid. So we'll say owning grid. Inventory grid object reference. Okay, so owning grid. That should be instance editable and exposed on spawn so that we can set that when we create the widget inside the grid, which is right here. So we'll refresh this. Did I not? Oh, God damn it. Refresh node, owning grid, self. Okay, there. So now we know the owning grid of each slot. And then that grid will have a reference to the inventory. Okay, so we're going to go to the slots now. So now we need to get our out inventory, so our owning grid, and we're going to get assigned inventory. And the out item will be this item. The out index, we're going to... I have index here, but I remember we... so we got to just get item again and break it. Current index. Okay. Out grid. Out grid is this owning grid. So we'll just plug that in right here. Out item slot will be self. Okay, so that's everything we need to do to make that drag drop operation happen. So we'll hit compile. Next, we need to do the on drop, which is a bit complicated. We could check and make sure this actually works first. So we'll hit play. Can we drag? Oh, it hides the whole thing. Nice. So the dragging is not quite working yet. Oh, I'm sorry. Drag default visual. I believe we drag the drag slot in here. Is that why we don't see it? Yes. But Jesus, that is huge, hey? And it hasn't assigned the item stuff properly either. So let's check that out. Item slot drag. Designer. Oh, I didn't type match size, did I? In here. No, I didn't. So that'll probably fix that. How come it didn't set the item data properly? Because that was the stock item image that we put in there. And this just needs to be hit testable. We don't non-hit testable. Okay. That's super odd. Let's have a look again. It's still huge. We have it overlay center, center, center. And we have a scale box that scales down only. Why are you huge? Perhaps I should say desired on screen, because that's pretty much what it's drawing it as. Custom on screen. Let's see if that works. Still didn't work. So why the hell are you doing this to me? Green Mohawk, welcome. Hello there, good tutorials, keep it up. What version are you on? Yes, I'm on 5.7 right now, because I'm basically moved almost, there's only one project I have left to move up to 5.7, so, excuse me, and then we'll take it from there. So, hello, I don't know what to call you, Fat Man Real Time, or Real. I mean, I just call him Fat Man. You can tell TG's really proud of Tarkov because you mention it like every 5 seconds. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's been like, again, one of the hardest systems I've ever made. So, shortcuts are working for YouTube, Cat Silver. Eh? Okay. Well, yeah, I don't know. Graph editor, which for okay, yeah, graph editor. You're talking about the preferences that when I was in there. Okay, so yeah, I got to figure out why the hell this is super huge, because it shouldn't be super huge, and it's not updating the correct item data as well inside the drag widget here. Item, yeah, so. Set drag widget. Oh, we didn't call that. That's why. And that's probably why it's huge too, to be honest. So item slot, right? So we have to set drag widget. There we go. Will that work if I do this? So we don't need to do this then, set item, and yeah, because we're going to set it right there. Okay, so hopefully that'll fix all the issues we had. It kind of did. It just made everything effing huge again. So why are you effing huge, buddy? if I untype match size, if true will change to texture size. So yeah, maybe we don't want that. Okay, maybe we do want that, because at least it keeps it uniform. But designer-wise, scale box not scaling down. Custom on screen. You know what? Maybe we should do a size. Let's try this, because I haven't tried this before. Size box component select. That's really cool that you can do that. Okay, there. Let's see if that worked. It did. Sweet. Size box component is awesome, everybody. So yeah, we don't want to hide the whole box. We just want to hide the image. So we'll fix that now, quick. Whoops. Item slot. Yeah, set to target. Yeah, so we don't want the whole thing to be hidden. We just want the item. Basically everything but the border. So the item image and the quantity border. There we go. Plug both of those into there and plug this into here, and then that should fix that issue. There we go. Okay, and then we let go and it disappears. So that's obviously not good, but because if we cancel, oh, you know why? Sorry, I think it's because in the drag drop operation, we have, yes, so we're setting all that to visible, but we're not setting the, yes, we don't need the actual, what's it called, this, we just need the same things that we hid, so item image and quan image, or quan border. And we don't want those specifically visible, we'll say not hit testable. Correct. Yes, correct. Okay, all right, let's check it out now. Cancel it, there it goes back. And obviously the dragging and dropping doesn't work yet because we haven't scripted the on drop yet, which we're gonna do now, which is the more complicated part of it. So we'll do that inside, I'm wondering if we should just do that inside of the grid itself. Or should it be on a, no, it should be on in the individual slots. Okay, so we are going to go to override on drop. Okay. First, we need to, from the operation, which is a drag and drop operation object reference. So that could be any of the drag and drop operations that you've created. So you need to cast to drag, or I drag item op, right? The exact one that we're using. Okay. I always promote this to a local variable because it's really annoying to have to get that all the time. So yeah, drag and drop operation, that's what we called that. Next, where's the on drop? So we do that. We do some checks here. So I'll drag this over so we can see. So it looks like, I'm assuming this is to, I didn't comment this very well. I'm assuming that this is to check if we don't, if we're dropping it. True, false. Yeah, this is checking to see if it's like the same spot. Are we dropping it on the same spot? And then if we are, if the indexes are the same, then we're checking to see if it's a different grid with the same index. And if it's not, then we cancel it. If it is, then we do all this other stuff here. So does old grid equals new grid? Does the out items inventory type match this grid's item inventory type? Does item doesn't have same inventory type as grid, cancel drag, removes old grid, adds new grid, refreshes both, adds new item to new slot in the same inventory grid. So yeah, a couple variations that we got to do obviously here. So anyways, so obviously the first one was, does the drag and drop out index equals the index from here? Okay, so And we'll move this, way down here because we're not going to see it for a little bit. Okay, first one, let's do the same grid. We'll just do that one first. So we'll come out of the, pardon me, this has to be not equal, pardon me. Not equal. Okay, we'll work out a true first. We need to check if the old grid equals the new grid. Old grid equals new grid. Okay, I mean, that one's easy. And you can make most of these macros, to be honest, if you're going to reuse them, but I don't think some of these are reusable. These all look pretty different. They all look pretty different. Okay, so yeah, we'll start with the one I just said that I can't remember now. Does old item does old grid equals new grid? Okay, so get our drag and drop operation. We are going to get the out grid, and we're going to check if it's equals to the owning grid. And I believe that's it. You could make this, yeah, you could save a step here too, and just make this branch a part of the collapse graph. Does old grid equal new grid? Okay, open that up. Let's plug true and false into here. Okay, then that saves an extra node, like an extra branch just hanging out in the on drop here. Okay, so we'll plug that in. Adds new item to new slot in the same inventory grid. We're going to do that one next. Okay. So it looks like I did make a macro here for checking if the item asset's valid. I'm assuming that was because shit was happening. So we'll get our drag and drop. Oh no, we can't do that in here because it was a local. But we will grab this and split it and check is valid. And we want the other one because, you know what? We don't need the other one. My apologies. We just need the regular old one is valid. I mean, I don't know why this was a macro, but I guess maybe to clean it up or something. I'm not sure. But anyways, so it made sense when I did it, I guess. Okay, so we're working on the adds new item to new slot in the same inventory. So we'll drag that macro out that I should name is data valid. Okay. Is data valid, and then we're going to do, we have to update the inventory with the new stuff. And we got to remove it from the old inventory. Looking at refreshing data. Okay, so yeah, I'm just following along what I did before, and then we'll fix what doesn't work, I guess. So we got update inventory in the inventory, drag and drop out slot. Yeah, okay, so yeah, sorry. I haven't done this for a minute, and my brain's kind of fried today. I woke up again like 20 minutes, or 25, 30 minutes before I streamed today, so. It's on the perfect size for me. I don't know, guy. Okay, so we want the slot, get out item out slot. And we need to refresh inventory, I think is what we call it in this one. Refresh slot. Yes. Oh, shoot. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. In here, this item owning grid, yeah, I did make it exposed on spawn, instance editable, but not a thing on here. So where are you? Event graph, refresh slot. We need the owning grid, I guess. Okay, and yeah, we set all that, and then our owning grid we're going to reset here because it might change. You know? Okay, compile. Back in this. Nope, back in on drop. Okay, we're going to refresh the slot so the item will be... So this is the one that we're dropping on, so it's going to be from the drag and drop. Excuse me, sorry. Drag and drop operation, and we're going to get the item. Get out item. Plug that in. You know what? I was just realizing that this won't work with the index, so I'm just thinking here. Because we... Item slot, item slot on drop. I guess let's just see how it plays out, because I can't remember. So this out item would have the old index. So would we have to make a make item? And then we'll get the out item. And we'll get the out, sorry, get the get out index. And current index will plug into here, and then we just got to split this, I guess, and plug in quantity and the data asset. Owning grid will just be this one, right? Compile, that makes sense, right? I think so. Okay, if it's not valid, we're going to do the same thing, but I think it's in this slot, isn't it? Out slot. Oh no, it's the exact same as this. Copy, paste down here. Not valid right here is going to be, we're going to clear all the values if it's not valid. Which, yeah, I think that's just a failsafe, to be honest. Okay, and then we got to remove it from the old inventory. So, like the actual inventory components. So, and we got to add it to this inventory component. Is valid, remove from inventory, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so get the drag and drop again. Oh, this one adds it to the same... No, we don't need to do that. Adds new item to inventory slot in the same inventory, then why am I removing it from the inventory in here? That doesn't make any sense. Anyways, okay, well, I'll skip that because that doesn't make sense to me. Because it's in the same inventory grid and in the same inventory component, so why are we removing it? Oh, hang on. Oh, it's because I have to refresh the index, I believe. But the index is stored... Let's open up the component. I just want to see how it works again. Components. Does inventory accept items? So we have that as an option, which is good to know. Again, find slot. Excuse me. Drag and drop add to slot. Oh, hey, that's an option. So index item. Okay, sweet. I forgot that existed, to be honest. So that's good to know that that is a thing. So refresh slot. So yeah, now we will get the drag and drop operation. Yeah, so owning grid actually, and then the get inventory. Get assigned inventory, and then we want to drag and drop, add to slot right here. Perfect. That, and can I break this here? Because I need the index. There we go. Okay. So a little messy, but whatever. We'll move on here. So drag and drop, add to slot, and then refreshes data in current slot. Yes, I guess. So, yeah, so we'll update inventory. Or, sorry, refresh. We don't have that in here. Functions. Where'd all the functions go? Or is it it's a custom event. Refresh slot, sorry. Refresh slot. Okay, so owning grid will just be the same, right? And then item we'll leave blank because we're refreshing the slot. Okay, so let's test and see if this works. Or do I have to? Oh, I have to hit the return node, I think. And this is a success. And if it's not the same, we cancel it, right? Yeah, so we gotta cancel drag drop. And any other time we need to cancel drag drop? Right here. You're going to want to probably create in the event graph like a custom event down here that's like cancel drag, to be honest. Cancel drag. Not that. Custom event cancel drag. Okay, and then you add, you know, add whatever kind of stuff you need. Cancel drag drop. If you need to set the visibility of something, if you need to do any of that kind of extra stuff, you can just do it here, right? And then you can call that event inside your on drop. Right here, call function, and right here. Done. Okay. Comments. To answer the poll, you cannot put a delay in the for next loop. I learned that the hard way after hours of troubleshooting. Yes, I answered this at the beginning of the show or whatever, but yeah, functions are the only ones you cannot put latent actions in. Because, yeah, it's a... I'm pretty sure it's just so they can't be called out of sequence, right? And it's adding significant delays, you know, randomly in the engine, and adds a bunch of overhead. I'm assuming that's why you can't put it in functions. I don't actually know the real reason behind it, but that's my hypothesis. Timelines are you can add in macros, but you can't add latent actions into, or sorry, you can add latent actions into macros, just not timelines. That's what I meant to say. Okay, so that's the answer to that question. All right, so I think this will like be a good start. We'll just have a look and see what doesn't work. So we'll drag this, we'll drop this. Didn't work. So did it cancel the drag? Let's just see what the thing does here. Yeah, this is the annoying part of debugging this shit. So let me just stop simulating and let me just put the debug thing on here, because yeah, it's super annoying to just not do it like this. So okay, so we'll add in the overlay, we'll add some text, and this text is going to be like pretty small. Text block font, it's gonna be like 5. It's gonna be super small. And this will be called debug text. Frick off. Okay, and is a variable. And on pre-construct, basically. Pre-construct, we're gonna get display name. Oh, sorry, that's for movie, whatever the hell. Get display name, in this one here. Okay, and self. Holy crap, just self, not self-union. What even is that? Okay, then we're gonna get our debug text, set text, and plug that in. Okay, there. Now we can see what each slot is called, so we can debug it properly. Nice, buddy. Okay, on drop, and let's simulate it on, it looks like 8. Okay, so we'll watch this and we'll see where it goes. So, oh, I see. Does the out grid equals the owning grid? Oh, the out grid is not in scope. Did we... where do we create this? In the... in here, right? On drag detected. Out grid. Should be set as owning grid. On this one. Access none. Owning grid. Why? Is this not set as anything? Possibly? So set owning grid. I thought we did that when we created them. We made it, yeah, exposed on spawn, and then in the grid itself. Right here. I think. Well. Yeah. Owning grid. Where are you? Inventory type. Assigned inventory. Nope. This one here, slot empty. I see. So I guess this goes here. Item. Oh, self. Sorry, self. Okay, there. Maybe was that the issue? Nope. But I'm going to put a breakpoint here just to see what happens on... Okay, we don't need all of these. Inventory screen, I don't think I need that anymore. Just don't need standard macros or the HUD class or the inventory. I can actually see what's... or the drag widget. I just need this one. And does old grid equal new grid? Yes. Okay, and then we're going to hit play, open the inventory so we have those valid, and then we're going to select number 8 again. Okay, this is true. So then we're going to keep going. F10, I'm just going to use that. Is valid, is not valid. So the item data asset from here is not valid. Why is that? Oh, perhaps I need to check if the item... I shouldn't need to check this, actually, to be honest, because we checked it already. So let's delete that, and let's just not even bother. Yeah, because we checked that in the on-mouse preview down, I believe. Yeah, so I don't think we need to check that again. Okay, now let's check it out. Still didn't work. Number 8. And we are going to be sure we're in on drop. Don't need that anymore, but we're just going to continue on here and see what happens. So, okay. Do we have data in here? We do have data in here. Throwable data, blah, blah, blah. Okay, and the item we're adding is the... it's on my other screen, but it says the grenade. 20 grenades. Index number 3. And this index will be should be index number 3. But, okay, so... Assigned inventory, okay. Oh, I didn't plug item in there. Oh, that's... Yeah, that explains some shit, eh? Why did I put refresh slot there again? We already called it, so I don't need this. I think I was just, yeah, going off of my notes and I just put that in there for whatever reason. But okay, let's try it now. Still didn't work, eh? What is happening here? Oh, okay, so this is actually outputting its old one, because that would be index 3 right there. We should, perhaps... let's rearrange the order of this. So we should do the actual inventory first. Okay. And then we'll do this next. So I'll leave this as is for now. Let's get rid of that. Okay, we'll move that down. Do this first. Okay, so this will be added to the inventory, which will be the out index. No, it won't be the out index. It'll be the index of this slot. And then I'll break this and we'll get the out item. Okay, there we go. That makes sense, right? Right. Okay, next we'll refresh the slot. So yeah, in this case we still need to make it. Make inventory item slot. We will break this. Plug this in, but index will plug in here. Okay, that works. There we go, everybody. That should be good. Still didn't work. What is happening? Hey DG, totally forgot. Can you make a macro library? Yes, you can make a macro library. By right-clicking, well, making a folder, but right-clicking and just going to, I believe is it Blueprint? Blueprint macro library. There you go. Chance to pull, yeah, I already answered that. Alright, so let's figure out why this isn't working again. Our whole streams are just debugging, basically, hey? Man, I was so tired of debugging the other day, because like that's basically all I was doing in the Tarkov series. It was just like, oh, it's just super annoying. Okay, so hit play, open our inventory. Number 8. Let's throw a thing on here. Yeah, okay, and then number 8, did I? Yeah, I did, okay, sweet. Let's check it out. Index number 8, that's correct. Out item is the throwable, whatever the hell it is, grenade, yep, perfect. Quantity should be 20, right? Sorry, yes, okay, perfect. Okay, so then we've set the new index as 8. We've made this inventory, so we've transferred the data, set the quantity, but made the new one 8, and then we told it to refresh the slot. You know what we didn't do in the inventory itself? So I'm going to go inside here. Step into. We didn't clear the old... Maybe that is kind of the issue. So that's one issue. So I'll fix that after, because I'm pretty sure there's another issue in here somewhere. Step into. Refresh the slot. F10. So the item is correct. Index. Ah. Is that right? Ah, okay, so right there. So we don't need this. And we don't need... We can recombine. We don't need to do anything like that. I think I want to delete this index. Where is it being used? Find references by class member. Okay, yeah. So, makes sense. So back in the event graph, we do actually need that refresh slot. So I do need an add index here, which I didn't add before because it didn't it's changing it back to the old one. It's hard to do when it's all bunched up there. So I do need to set the index as this. Okay, that'll fix that issue. The other thing I mentioned was this. We almost need... So here, let's drag this back. Let's get the items again, and we're going to set array element. Hang on here. I want to make this one function, so we add this drag and drop to slot. Let's move this up. I'm going to add a boolean here for same grid. Okay, and we'll add a branch for that. It's not the same grid. We're just going to update that, and then we got to clear the old index. So we'll make... Do we want to clear the old index first? Maybe we should. Yeah, maybe we should. Okay, so index will be the current index, and the item will be just nothing, as we're going to clear it off. Then we're going to set the new index. God, this get index. I'm just going to clean this up because it, makes me not feel good. Get item. Shit, actually, hang on. Item slot on drop. Okay. Okay, good. So we have the old items index going in. That's what I was worried about. So that's correct. That'll work good. And then... let's make, sorry. So yeah, we're gonna make it in here too. Split it, that, and then this. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so that's all gonna match. And then if we are not, sorry, this is using the same grid. My apologies. So we'll move all this up here now. Okay, if it's not the same grid, then we got to do some other stuff, which we'll do after, because we're going to do that in a bit here. So we'll just make sure this all works first. Still not working. Holy crap. Item slots. Number 8. Drag us over to the side. We'll hit the breakpoints. Sorry, so there it is. Okay. Where's the breakpoints? I clicked the wrong thing. Here it is. Okay, so index is 8. Let's just make sure this is all working correctly while we're here. Oh, I didn't check this, did I? Yeah, I didn't check it. Jeez. Same grid. What the fuck? What is not working here? So when I think we solved it, it doesn't solve. Oh, now it's saying... Oh, okay. Does the out index... Oh, sorry, I have to restart because... Yeah, okay, let's try it now. So it's technically updated because if I try to do it again, it goes off the other branch. Right? The other branch that says, does the out index not equal the current index? And it goes false because it's set to an index of 8. Okay. But why is it not updating the images and stuff? Oh, you know what? Oh, sorry. You know why that thing was there? Well, anyways, this refresh slot doesn't have an index. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm just a fucking mess today, hey? So, refresh slot. The out slot will have this index in it, won't it? Hang on. So, refreshing the slot in the original slot. Sorry, I gotta wrap my brain around this. So, we're dragging. We've added the dragged item to the inventory. That's fine. That works. Is having different inventories, resize them at begin play. Sorry. All the grids using the same inventory to making the inventory size to 16 and resizing it in an inventory component will make it 16 for each weapons, attachments, etc. Best approach. Is that the best approach? If you're only having one inventory, like I don't know if you're interacting with other inventories, possibly that could be a good approach. I just make my inventory size instance editable so I can change it at any point. I don't know why, but it's not creating extra empty slots for me. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's having two inventories and resizing them on being in play. Oh, okay, I see. And yeah, we set that inside the actual grid. Like you click on the, or not the grid. Sorry, I don't have it open right now, but the item inventory or whatever. You click on that, and when you're adding like the user created widgets, you got to click on those and then set it there, right? So make sure they're instance editable, obviously. Okay, so anyways, wrap my head around this. So that works. Refresh slot. We are refreshing the slot, it looks like, of the original item, which makes sense, because we want to clear that. So this would be actually nothing. And then we want to refresh the slot of this item. So I'm just going to slide this down here, because this is more important than that. That. And the index will just be the same as this. And the owning grid will be the same as this. Okay? There. Let's see if it updates our stuff. Yay! It's working! So now anywhere in the grid you want to drag this, it'll work. Okay? Perfect. Doesn't work for dragging from this grid to that grid yet, because we haven't done that scripting. So, okay, so we got 40-ish minutes left of the stream. Let's work on that. So, we'll get rid of that. So now we need to work on the, does this, oh yeah, does the out index equal, right. So that's actually fine. Sorry. Oh man, sleep's been an issue for me lately, I guess. Sorry, let's undo this comment. I think I didn't comment the last thing because I just put them into a collapse graph, but I mean I should be commenting anyway. This is adds to same grid, but different index. Different index. Okay, but yeah, I should be commenting everything. So this is, you know, adds to inventory, inventory component. Refreshes this slot. Clears old slot. Okay, done. Next, Next, we need to, just looking at the notes here, we need one for, does this out item inventories type match this grid's inventory type? So actually, we don't need to create a collapsed graph for that because we created a function for that in our, so owning grid, we need to get the inventory, get assigned inventory, and then there's a function, does inventory accept item. Okay. The data asset will need to be from our drag drop. It'll be our out item, and that will be split and plugged in here. Okay, accepts item, get a branch. If it does not accept the item, then we will... Why did I make that a thing? What else? Hang on. Of course, this is one I didn't... Okay. Cancel... Oh, I see. Okay, that's why I made it. So this one just needs to be cancel drag. Okay. This top one will need to be a kind of a swapperino type of thing here. Does the... Where is it? Removes from old grid, adds to new grid, refreshes both. So it'll be kind of similar to this, except we need to do this basically twice. I will just copy this. I'll copy that, and then I'll come over here and we'll script this. Okay. Adds item to inventory components. To this inventory component, and then we need to do it again, but for the old. So I believe that's the drag drop, and then we need to get the, I don't know what I called it, grid, get out grid. And then we need to get assigned inventory, and then do basically the same thing here. Drag and drop, add to slot. Okay, so the target is that the index will be... hang on here. This is going to do double duty later, so the item we're adding is this item. So that's the out item, this item. Okay. Except the index will be... Oh, I'm sorry. Refreshes from old grid, adds to new grid. So we're not... we're not adding a new item. We're just dragging it from one grid to the other. We're not swapping items, is what I mean. This seems wrong. Owning grid, assigned inventory. Okay. Yeah, that seems good. And then this one needs to be basically the original, so this is another drag drop thing. To be honest, sometimes this gets super messy. So I create a macro that just has the outputs for all the things I need for drag drops, because like it's just like, oh, get the out grid, then get the assigned inventory, then blah 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 blah, right? So sometimes I just create a macro to like make it just one node, and then I can just output what I need. Okay, so sorry, what did I say I needed? The out index. Myself, I added 4 different inventories for the player. One of them is for equipments, like inventory or items are equipped currently. Drag drop index. Oh, that's a swap. Yeah. Yeah. So this is just adding one item from one inventory to the other, not including a swap. So this is same grid will be false, and then I guess we'll have to do some scripting now for that. So So this is false as well. Right? So add to same grid. Okay, so is this all right? So this. No, we're clearing the old grid, so we don't going to add anything there. But we do need the out index to tell it which index to clear. Okay, so we'll go back into the component now and we'll script this. So first we need to get our get item and check if the asset's valid or not, or the script is valid. If it's not valid, then we are clearing or removing that index, or not removing, sorry, but basically, yeah, clearing it of its value. So if it's not valid, we're gonna get index, and then we're gonna get our items, and we're going to set a set element array, plug that index in, and leave it blank. Okay, so we'll just clear the value out of there. If it is valid, then I believe that's a swapperino, right? Come in here, same grid, no. Is the data asset valid? If it is valid, item slot, let's have a look. So like this, for example, this is not the same grid. It is valid. I think we just literally set this index, right? Yeah, we do, sorry, where's... sorry, here it is. If it is valid, do we just do literally this again? So we would just be adding it to a thing. We wouldn't be clearing. Okay, so we would just get the item. And we would get the items in this inventory. And we would set array element once again. Okay, and the index will be from here. Hang on. Or will it be the new index? Yeah, because you got to make this, right? Make, so it has the right index here from the copy paste from this guy. Hopefully you guys are following along here. This is like, my brain just is like scrambled eggs with no bacon this morning. Okay, then this index will go here, and that will be all good. Okay, and then perhaps I put this down here to make it not so gross. I don't know if that makes a difference. Sure. Okay, anyways, there we go. So what did I miss in today's stream? We're just making the drag and drop system work here. So let's check now if this works between things. It does not work yet. So, because yeah, this still works, blah, 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 but why doesn't it work now? So did I finish? I didn't even finish this anyway, so. That seems like I need more. Removes, why don't I just look at my thing here? Checks if the asset is valid, which we don't need to do because we've already done that. Drag. Oh, I see. I added that to see if, when we're dropping on here, if there's an item in here. That's why I did that before. So if I go back to this, just having a look here. Add new item. Man, I hate like looking at my own code and be like, this. Why did I do it this way? Adds item. I see. So yeah, I check if the widget is valid. So I will do that as well. Or if the widget's valid, if the data asset's valid, sorry. Split is valid. Okay, is it valid? If it's not, if it is valid, I think we do. It says swap the item in this slot to the old inventory slot. Adds dragged item to this slot. So I think that's what we... No, we just did the inventories. We didn't do the visuals yet. Drag and drop add item to slot. Index item. Okay, so this one adds the dragged item to slot, which is what we want. Adds drag item to this inventory component. Okay, and that's perfect. And then we go to the other, what's it called? This is removes from old grid. Drag drop. Sorry, I'm just trying to freaking read my own notes here. This is brutal. Out inventory. Bring this over so you guys can see. Okay, sorry everybody. Let's see what's going on here. So we got this guy here, so I check to see if it's valid. Swaps the item in this slot to the old inventory slot. So, and then adds drag item to this slot. So that's if this slot has a item in it. And then we got drag and drop to this slot. My freaking brain hurts like trying to wrap my head around this again. Adds items to new inventory slot. Set array elements on both. Yes. I think that's what this is doing because it's in the inventory. It's the same thing, right? Add swaps item. Okay, so I do the inventories first, and then I set it visually. And, okay. I see, okay. Remove from inventory. Ah, okay. Okay, I think I understand what's going on here. So, if this is true, if this is valid, we are adding this drag slot to the... I'm gonna break this because I'm gonna reuse this down here, but up here I'm going to remove... Does... I think I drag drop... Remove inventory. Oh my god. Adds item. Okay, so this inventory we do the drag drop, which we did. Yeah, owning grid. Yep. And then remove from inventory. Component inventory. Okay, so I gotta do that. Yeah, I gotta get this again. Copy, paste, and then remove from inventory. Remove from inventory. There we go. Okay, so removing this item from that inventory. Literally just the index is, I believe, all we need. But it looks like I did some extra shit in here. Index is our quantity greater or equal to... Yeah, this is why I like adding notes here. Quan is greater or equal to, looks like, items in component, I guess. There we go. Okay, so quantity, yeah, because then I don't have to, like, kind of read through all this, right? This sketty. So, If quantity, okay, so if it is, we remove the index and resize. Doesn't that push everything up? We'll see, I guess. Index, set array elements. Yeah, you know what? I think. Well, I have this specifically for items like that have a quantity. So I don't think we resize. I think we just set array element to nothing. Right? So yeah, I mean, somebody asked you earlier, like, you know, how often do you redo code until, like, without getting frustrated or whatever? Like, this is just normal. Like, just like this isn't going to work for this specific situation. How do I make it work for both situations? You kind of make it work for whatever system you're working on, and then as you play test it and stuff, you're like, oh, it's not working with this because, you know, I could make this easier to read or better or whatever the case is. I do need to put in the index up here. Get index, and that needs to go here, and then I need, oops, sorry, that needs to go here, and then I need to just set this as nothing, and then we're done. Sorry, success, question mark? I don't need that node. Oh, actually, sorry, I do need that node. But, I mean, both of them run into it, so it's kind of irrelevant. Yeah, I don't need that node. Forget it. So, item slot. Sorry, I'm not going to check the DMs at the very moment here. I just want to get this done here. So, this, remove from index. No, this will be the drag and drop index here. Get drag and drop, index, get out index. That's the one we want. Okay, and then remove item from inventory will be this item, right? I'll just do the out item just to be super safe. Out item. I should be able to script this possibly in a way where I don't have to... We don't have to have an is valid. Oh, no, we do. As long as the indexes are different. Yes. Okay, so that should work for the is valid. This is a is valid means it's a swap, right? Hi, can you help me with the grid inventory? How can I make an item count? You would put it in the struct here, like we have in this out item. If I break it, I've put it in the struct here. So I have the data asset, the quantity, and then my current index. For that item, that's where I'd put it. So yeah, I use structs for inventories all the time for that reason, because you can't keep track of quantities and data assets. So, what do you mean without getting frustrated? Simon, you aren't getting frustrated? Oh, I mean, yeah, I get frustrated 100%, but without giving up, I guess is probably a better way to put it. Okay, so... this is for not valid, correct? My notes? Yes, this is for not valid. So, select that, select that, select that. I'm just going to move this here. And I might as well collapse this to a graph right now, just save some space. Removes from old grid, adds to new grid. Okay, and now I can... Sorry, did I miss the is valid? I did. There we go. Is not valid. Select all this. Move all this. Okay, and then we'll do the refresh inventories now. So we need to do the one from the original grid, which will be out of the drag drop. Get grid, out grid, that's what it's called. Couldn't remember the name of it. And we're going to, sorry, not out grid, we want the out slot. Out item slot. Then we can refresh slot. Okay, and I'm just going to keep this in the middle because we're going to use it for both scenarios. Okay, refresh slot, which was the out index. The out grid we need now for the owning grid. And the item, this is a straight swapperino, so in my notes I don't have the item, so I gotta figure out a way to maybe I'll have to do these separately then. Okay, so leave item blank because we're refreshing it. And then this slot, owning grid, no, not owning grid, sorry. It's a function. I keep forgetting it's an event. Refresh slot. Okay, target, the item will be the out item, and then the index will be the same index as this, and the same owning grid as this as well. And the other one, we set this, yes, we broke this. I'm just gonna have to copy this because I don't want to make this super ugly. So, all right, so we got this, and we got the current index, and then we have this index. We got to plug in, and then we got to make item because we got to swap the indexes over. This should be a frickin' macro, to be honest. You know, it's like swap index or something, right? Or sorry, this is what plugs in down here. Because how many times have we done this, right? I mean, you know, sure. Why don't we do that? Collapse to macro. We'll just say swap indexes to, yeah, swap index, we'll call it. Okay, and yeah, so we'll do that. And where else can we put that in? Probably on drop here somewhere. In this one. Yeah, here we swap the index too. Look at that, so much cleaner, hey? Okay, so we refresh the slots on both. Let's see if this works. If we drag from one, oh, I didn't add an output to this, and I didn't add, just gotta close all these extra ones that we don't need. Then I gotta add this. Okay, there we go. Yay! It works. He's finally learned to ignore me on stream for the most part. I mean, well, yeah, you put, I think per stream there's like 400 to 500 comments a stream, and you're probably like 20% of them, so, yeah. Mark, you need to be TG's cheer squad. Get him motivated. Holy shit!
Thank you!
Oh. Merry Christmas, TG. Take you and the Queen to get something to eat and to get motivated. Well, shit, Mark. I appreciate that. That's a nice. That's a huge donation size. That's crazy. Wow. Mark, you can talk as much as you want now. I won't even moderate you. That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, thanks a lot, Mark. I appreciate it once again. You know, all that. So, it's $100 I didn't have before, so shit. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. I just don't want to say that's just insane. I mean, I was like super shocked at even the $20 donation last week between you and AAA, but yeah, shit. Mark, you just wanted the #1 spot. Let's be real. No, just kidding. I meant to do 10. Well, yeah, okay. I was gonna say. I mean, maybe don't donate to the stream if you only meant 10 for a while, I guess. But okay, so yeah, so obviously this works. This works in every capacity here. Looks like nice. We have to check because this shouldn't work if I try to put this here, but it does because these need to be doing the checks when we drop them if this accepts the item. Which, didn't we do that? Question mark? I thought we did do that somewhere. Does inventory accept item? Yeah. So what's going on in here? Accepted items. Oh, did I just make this by default everything? Okay, I see. So in the player, let's open up the player here. How much is $100 in Canadian Monopoly money? I'm pretty sure it's like 130 bucks. Checking, standby. 100 USD to Canadian. $137 currently. We were up to 1.41 for the exchange rate during COVID. Of course. Of course, during Black Friday, we have to pay more money for all the US stuff. That's bullshit. Fucking in States is whatever the hell. The exchange rate's just such garbage. Yeah, but I mean, that's obviously not your guys' fault. It's my fucking government's fault, to be honest. Just shit the bed there. But anyways, the grids all have them in the same inventory. Yes, we will have a nice family meal with that. I appreciate it. What was I going to say? Sorry. It says you have it for inventory, not grid. Oh, you must be talking about, well, yeah, for this. Inventory type. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is a legacy thing we did at the beginning. Because we just combined all the inventories, that's what we did. Accepted items, yeah, so this inventory accepts every item. I see, that's why it's not working. So yeah, we need the grid, not the inventory. Okay, yeah, fair enough. So that's a totally different system running, though, because if we go back into here, that's when we display inventory. We take all the items in our inventory and then we sort them, isn't it? Or was that in the actual widget? This one? Oh, but we put, okay, the grid, inventory type large weapon, I see. Okay, so we don't do it in the inventory itself anymore, we just do it inside the widget. So perhaps I should copy that function from there. Let's not absolve the American government of any blame. Bye, David. Well, I mean, reading Fat Man's thing, he said, let's not get political. American treats politics like a demon worship cult. I mean, yeah, to be honest. Here, too, in Canada. I mean, I've never in my entire life given, like, one thought about politics until, like, the last, I would say, 2 years, because, like, we are getting absolutely just totally fucked right over by our government, because the liberals who are in right now, they just like to spend money without any second thought, and then it just raises inflation, and yeah, the guy in there right now is just such a criminal. Like, I don't even know how he's still in, but he's a CEO of Brookfield, and basically every decision he makes makes Brookfield profit even more off the backs of us Canadians. So this is such bullshit. But of course, our population is too frickin' brainwashed to really understand what's happening. So yeah, they just watch this. They watch CTV News. CTV News is reliable. Yeah, government owns the media. Everybody. Anyways, so yeah, we want to set this as what it is, and we need a function in there to check if we accept this item. So let's go to the graph. Let's go actually to the inventory, and let's copy this function. Copy, and then go to the inventory grid and paste. Oh, sorry. Paste? Paste? No, you can't paste? Okay, that's sad. Whatever, it's not that complicated. we're finding a map, right? Accepted items, grid, accepted items, perfect. Okay, so function does grid accept what's it called, item. Okay. Paste that. Data asset, that goes in there. And true, and then obviously in here, I see, okay, it's just return node. Return. I don't need this. I can just plug this into here. Okay. Accepted items will actually be grid items instead. Okay, perfect. That's all good. I'm going to delete this from my inventory because it's irrelevant. I might also delete inventory type because this is also irrelevant. See, it just deleted, so I wasn't even using it. Aura, by the way, I'm pretty sure can remove unused variables, which is really nice. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, we don't care. We don't care. Checks if inventory accepts item type. It accepts all item types, so we don't even need that anymore. And we don't need that, don't need that, don't need this. Okay, there we go. Okay, nice. Okay, so that's that. Let's go into the grid slot here. Let's see here. That's been created, so now in item slot. Yes, this doesn't work anymore. Don't need this branch. I will delete this, and then this will be does item accept grid. Perfect. What a way better solution to that problem. Okay, so value, yeah, I mean, yeah, doesn't matter. Or sorry, it does matter. Pardon me. I was thinking of the other one. So do I need to then now actually care about does grid take item? Oh yeah, value takes item, we'll call it. There we go. Okay, if we take item, remove from old grid that's not spelled correctly. Don't kill me, Mark. Mark's gonna take his donation back if I spell anything wrong. Okay, so from old grid, remove folder adds to new grid. Okay. This all seems to make sense. Oh yeah, this works, right? We were just working on, like, oh shit, I gotta set that, I guess. Where's the inventory screen? There it is. Then we got the item grid takes all. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, just for the sake of argument, yeah, I mean, that what I had before was right, because we don't want to add weapons to the stuff, right? So I will move this. It does move, but I cannot move this here. Yes. Okay, so it works. That's great. I'll move this here. Cannot move this here. Super awesome. Okay, so that works. I'm going to revert back to what I had. Or, no, you know what? I'll keep it as is. Because what if you want more items? Or more melee stuff, right? Makes sense, right? Okay, so that works. Now we just got to do the swapperino, and we'll go over the stream 3-hour window for a little bit here so we can get that done. Hopefully it won't be too long. But we're going to go to the on drop. Oh, sorry, we're going back to here. So if it's valid, we got to do a swapperino. So, shit. Let me just look at that here. So we basically got to do the same thing, except we're swapping the indexes and the grids for the two items. So drag and drop, that's for the inventory itself. And again, I just have to keep looking at how this works to make sure that it's being done correctly. Same grid, so this will be false. So we're checking to see if it's valid. It is valid, and then we the in index. Okay, let's copy that. So back in this, we're doing this again, exactly. Oh my god, the reroute, the probably the most detrimental shortcut that I don't have anymore is the R, like to do a reroute node. Like, oh my god, brutal bug. Anyways, okay, this is the same, I believe, and then we do the same thing, but for this, or for the drag and drop original grid there. So, what did I call it? Out grid. Okay, just making sure this is the same. So our asset is valid. This index we're going to assign to our inventory, and then we're doing the out item, and then this will be the same. We need to get the assigned inventory for the out grid, and then we need to get I just realized something. What if, because these items are technically all in the same inventory, we're just dividing them out based on a grid. So we shouldn't be comparing if the grids are the same. Or actually, no, we do need to compare if the grids are the same. But we also need to compare if the inventories are the same. So on drop, does old grid equals new grid? Let's check first, does old inventory equal new inventory as well? I'll make, yeah, just got, so drag and drop, get out grid. I can probably do this all in here. No, I can't. I gotta keep those separate. Sorry, out grid, and then we need the assigned inventory, and then we need this owning grid's assigned inventory. We're gonna see if those equal the same thing. Collapse nodes. Does this inventory equal other inventory? Okay, so yeah, good thing I kind of, I obviously wasn't worried about that, and the other thing is I did it in my inventory. I had it checking all of the stuff, right? So, see, this is why it's like, you know, this is the like fourth time I've made an inventory, right? And it's just like every one of them has been different, and it hasn't been just straightforward. Like, I'm looking at my notes from before, and like it's still not like working out, right? So but obviously the more experience you get, you just think about stuff like I just thought about, like, hang on, this isn't going to work because blah blah blah, right? And now I'm just going to add this in, and that should fix that issue. Okay, so does this inventory equal the other inventory? Yes. Then we'll do the grid check. If it doesn't, we might need to do something else. But we'll do the swap function first, because we're going to reuse some of these, obviously. So does grid accept item? Yeah, well, yeah, we need to do all this again, but this, yeah, we need to check if it's the same inventory or not. And then at this point forward, we know it's the same inventory, so we can continue on here. So if it's just a straight swap, do I have a function in my thing for that? Right here. Yeah, why don't we just make a function in here for this? Swap item indexes. Okay, so we'll have drag item, I guess, and that'll be a S inventory slot item, and we'll do the hover item, and then we'll say, Oh no, hang on. We don't need to do much more than that, I'm pretty sure. Oh, except for... Yeah, this is just for the inventory itself, so we don't need to worry about that. So, okay, so we'll get our items. We will set array element. We believe we gotta duplicate that and plug this into both, and then I think we have to make make a thing for both. God, I hate how messy these get sometimes. Okay, so yeah, we gotta make for both of these. And the index... Yeah, then we gotta break these. So we'll break... that, and then that. A little crisscrossy, you know, crisscross applesauce shit, you know? Alright, so current index, can't add a read route node because fuck me, I guess. Unreal. Okay, so... Hold on. Sorry, that's the wrong way. This one goes in here. This one goes over here. And this one goes in here. God, your workflow slows right down when you can't use shortcuts. Holy shit. You only need the source inventory because the destination inventory will run the function anyways for swap. Well, yeah, that's why I'm creating this function, right? So this will go here, and then we'll run both. Okay? So that'll swap those... Yes, this theoretically should work. So swap item index. We'll go back to the item slot. And we'll get rid of this. Yeah, we can just get the owning grid, I guess. And we can swap... sorry, get the get assigned inventory. Swap item indexes. Okay, and there's the hover item, which is this item's slots item, and then there's the drag item. Not the drag. Sorry, I keep calling it drag item because that's what I called it in my Tarkov thing. Get out item. Okay, there we go. Compile. So that'll do the inventory. This is adding it to slots, and then... So can we change this now, even? Would that swap indexes work if we don't have any data here? It would, actually. So that's actually saving us a step here. Because this is same grid true. One of these I didn't plug in, which is funny. What if I... Well, don't delete, just move. For starters, to make sure it works. And then just get the swap item indexes. Except I would need another item in here. Oh no, I wouldn't. I lied. I would just need... This would be the drag item. So I'll just say item. Get item. Right here. Yeah, and then we leave the hover item blank because this is just clearing the old value, right? So that'll actually work great. Okay, you only need... Yeah, I read that. You need the destination index and get a copy of its item in the swap function. Destination index... Well, in this swap function, so like I said before, these are different grids, but they're the same inventory. Like, all of these items are just in one singular inventory, and then we just divided them out based on what grid we have here, right? So that's why in the inventory itself, I have a swap indexes. They're all occupying the same thing, right? So Sorry, I'm just thinking about another potential issue that might happen. Well, let's make sure this works, first of all. Okay, that works. That doesn't work. That deletes the item. So that does not work still. Or that's a swap, sorry. So now this doesn't work now because yeah, it's something to do with the index, right? So getting a copy of the item from the index will also help you with reusability later. Okay, you're saying... I wonder if I should... Yeah, maybe I should use a find. So are you saying to, you know... well, first of all, find item. So we'll do this one, and then get it. And plug that in there. And then... Or sorry, we don't need the get. We just need the find. And then that would be... this. Oh, yeah, move your project to 5.7. Except for the bullshit shortcuts, it's great. So yeah, I think that's what you are saying to do there, MasterCat. So find, and then... Yeah, that like, this makes sense, actually. Okay, I mean, that actually fixed that issue. So yeah, nice on you. I meant to pass the index for the destination index. So sorry, when you pass the index for the destination index, so you're saying, I mean, it works right now. Obviously, this melee one doesn't work. That doesn't want to work either. But let me move the melee stuff back, and now it'll let me add it back. Interesting. Yeah, I must have something going on there. The grenade disappeared, though. Did it? Not there. I think I tried to swap it for something else. So yeah, everything inside the actual grid itself, like just this one grid, works fine. You sent me... Oh, you probably on Discord, I imagine. Let's see. Source, I'm just reading it here. Oh, I see. Well, but if they're swapping in the same inventory, then the index doesn't... Like, you don't need a destination index or the other one, just because both of these items have the index stored in their thing, but at the same time, this find node is doing what we need it to do, right? Because they're in the same inventory. So we're saying, hey, take this item, find it in our array, and then once you find it, what's the index of that item? And then we're plugging that in, and then plugging in the new information into that one, right? So I just got to see, do these need to swap? Question mark? We'll see. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. That still works. Alright, swapping doesn't work yet. That works. Does it work when I go back? So yeah, okay. So that did fix it. I just had to swap those two. Oh, now it's not working. Is there something in there? Let's see. Debug, blueprint debugger. What are we looking for here? The slots, right? Slots, and number 3. Number 3 has nothing in it. Its index is 0, which is fine because we cleared it. Yeah, we cleared it. That's fine. Or is it fine? I don't know if that's fine, to be honest. I think we should set the index and it stays the same the whole time. Right? That'll be in this. Event graph. Do we actually use this anywhere besides here? Find references by class member. Oh shit, yeah, we used it quite a bit. Okay, so... let's expose... yeah, this is exposed on spawn, so we'll set it in here. Event graph, I can't remember. Index, yeah, perfect. From the for each loop. Perfect, okay, yeah. So that'll fit, hopefully that'll fix some of the issues we were having. So this, and then we move this around, and then I tried to move this here and it didn't work, but it works now. Okay, sweet. Okay, so that fixed all that issue, because that makes a lot of sense. Okay, the last thing we need to do is the swapperino. So if I, you know, that won't work, but if I do this here, it should swap with the item, not clear it. So did that actually, like, fully clear? Do I have the blueprint? No, I don't. Debugger. The item slots, number 3. It has nothing in it. Okay, so... and why would that be? It'd be an item slot drop. Right there, that's why. So... the data, well, if the data asset's not valid, it would go down here, but if it is valid, it should swap the item indexes, which it did. Let's actually just see where this goes. Let's... number 2, I think. I'm sorry, up here. There's a couple number 2s and stuff. Okay, well, we'll move an item to slot. We'll say 9, just to simplify it. Okay, so we'll move this here. Now let's see what happens when we... oh, sorry, move this here. Added it totally fine. And then when we swapperino, it does the same thing. So it's saying, does the old grid equals the new grid? And we're gonna... and that's true. Add same grid but different index. But we don't have a swap function in here. Okay. So adds inventory components, drag and drop, refresh slot. Oh, this is different now, right? This should be swap from the inventory, right? Swap item indexes. It works fine with the same... yeah, okay. So I was reading that thing here. Okay, so the out item, which is our drag item, goes in here, and then this item in this slot goes to the hover item. Okay. Let's see if that actually... you know, just that one simple fix fixed our issue here. So we'll go to there. No, it did not fix our issue. We'll have to just debug that one more time. Number 9. Let's follow it along here. I hate how when you come out of a collapse graph, it like continuously adds more graphs. Or tabs up top. So... okay, yeah, I guess we gotta breakpoint this. 9, okay, so I'll add this to 9, And I'll skip this one because we don't care because it works. And then this one we care about because it doesn't work. How do you step in again? Is it F11? F11. Okay, F10 moves forward. So swap inventories. Yeah, inventory is going to be the same no matter what. Okay, yeah, sorry. I didn't fix the original fucking issue here. And yeah, refresh slot, and then, does this... I see, okay. And then it swaps it for... Let's rename this. Swap. Old... index for this slots. Compile. Okay. And next, that won't necessarily work for this one. So we got the old item slot, which you'll get out of the drag and drop. Sorry, old. Out index. Okay, and then we need the out item. No, we need this item. And then I think that's it, right? I just cleared that out, didn't I? Fresh slot event graph. Yeah, this doesn't even do anything anymore. So this, where was I? Was I here? I don't remember where the hell I was. Yeah, here I was. Okay, so this gets swapped for the out index. Yes, okay. Break and make. Break and make. Okay, that doesn't matter. Or sorry, that does... Yeah, that doesn't matter because that's not assigned to our actual thing. I might just remove that, to be honest, just so I don't get confused. Slot, index, delete. Yes. Okay. Sorry, undo what I just did. Jesus. Item slot, this index goes away. Compile, and then we're going to have some errors. We'll just unplug those. Done. Okay. All right. What do we got? Some comments here. Sometimes people want to work through it themselves so they know how it works. It's muscle. If it's a muscle memory thing that copying someone else doesn't accomplish. Yeah, I agree with that for sure. Okay, so that still works. That works, but it's the same item, so I fucked that up somehow. Inventory here. Out item. Oh, okay, yeah, out item. And then this is the old slot, or is this the new slot? Oh, this is the owning grid out item. Refresh slot, which is the out grid. Okay, this... Is that this owning grid? No, owning grid item, this item, right? And then I can get this. Swaps old index for this slots. Oh, okay, no. That doesn't work. Where are we? Removes from old grid. Adds to new grid. This isn't the same area that I was in, but I'm going to duplicate this macro. Or sorry, up here. And just swaps for this index for old index, for old slots. Just so that I can figure this out here. So actually, fuck that. That's going to be messy too. So I'm going to do this, and we'll do the dd op. No, I can't do ddop either because it's a local variable. So original grid, I guess. So we'll do this. I'll just set this because I just need this plugged into here, and then I can delete this. Okay, and it's not owning grid, it's swap this index for the old slots. So we'll say old grid is what we need. Okay, and then we need why is my brain not working now? So this is going to be the new item, right? Swap this index for the old index. And the old index is in... Man, it's brain bender some of this stuff, hey? Yeah, in here. So yeah, what did I do here? I got the out index. Okay, so we do need the index in this macro. So I don't need that. I just need the index. Okay, there. Back. Swaps old index for this index, and then this is this. So I'll delete this and that, and then I'll plug in this and that, and then plug this in there. Just to clean it up, and then where were we before? Swap this one, right? Yes, because they were both the same item. And then the refresh slot, we're gonna get this, we're gonna get this, we're gonna get this. Copy, paste, perfect, okay. I'll plug this in there. Hopefully that'll fix our little issues here. Duplication glitch, everybody. Let's go! Let's go! Maybe this was meant to be blank for this one, because I'm still duplicating it now. What is happening now? Swaps old. No, this one. Yes. Out item slot. Oh, should this not be... How does this one work again? So that is this index, and we are using the out item. This is this item. Yeah, like this... I mean, this should work, right? Yeah, so, anyways, we got the out index going into the item of this slot, and then we're setting that as the new index, and then plugging that in. And refreshing the slot. I think we should, I think I should just see how this all works here. I'm just going to close all other tabs, because I'm just sick of seeing all those things. So, okay, let's try to... So let's go to number 9. Let's see what happens. On number 9, just gonna... Okay, so we hit this breakpoint. So yeah, something in here is not correct anymore. Adds... Oh, I see. Yeah, this should be blank. This should be blank. I'll just put in here too. Item left blank, just so I don't do that again. That was what was creating the duplication glitch. Okay, done, fixed. The swapping still just replaces the item, so on drop. Does old grid equals new grid? Yes, so it would enter here. I see. Swap item indexes is fine. It's the refresh item slots that's not fine, because if I add the item here, this is where I should add an is valid, to be honest, because then I can, I'll undo what I just did. And I will create a copy of this, which will have the owning grid and this and that up here. And then that will be blank, and then I'll add an is valid node for this this item, or yes. Break and is valid. Okay. There, so if it's... I gotta swap these for keeping it clean. For the love of God, keep it clean. Okay, so is valid. We're gonna set the item. Come on, everybody. There we go. Get up there. God, I hate how messy all this shit is. If it's not valid, we are going to clear it. Okay, here it is. Good God. Good God, everybody, this is nonsense. Don't know how to keep it all neat. Anyways, okay, let's try it out here. So, duplication glitch is back. So, okay, I see, sorry. Well, yeah, we're dropping on this grid. Is this item valid? It's not valid. So we're refreshing the... What? How does this not work? So let's see here. Specifically, I want to stop here on number 9. Number 9. What's the fick is happening here? F11 to go in, F10 to keep going. I'll full screen this so we can actually see the stuff. Out item is our grenade. Correct. Item is nothing. Okay, and then I'm going to go in there and see this is all correct, I believe. So we didn't find an item here. Okay, that actually would pose some issues. And then, but this one we found, we haven't run it yet. So here, now, what do we find? We didn't find anything here either. What's in items? Rifle, sidearm, melee, health pack, grenade. No, this is the second one, this one. Current index is 6. So perhaps this doesn't work then. Oh, is this the get node you're talking about, possibly? But the index for the item would be different. Based on what's... Because they're assigned this based on... They're assigned this based on the slot that they're in. And this inventory has everything in it. So they won't match ever. That's a puzzler. Could you run a check on index equals -1 instead of is valid? Possibly. But both of them were -1, which, yeah, like I said, this, yeah, item index is going to have, right, like, our items have, oh, there's nothing in here right now, because I guess I set it in the player or whatever, but, yeah, in our player inventory, we have 7 items in here, 0 to 6, but in our grids, we have, right, if I just play this again, like 0, 1, right, 0, and then 0, 1 through, 24, right? So their indexes are separate from the inventory ones. Aren't they? Maybe they're not. Because when we create these, we just grab our... Where's our inventory screen? When we create these, we just grab the items. And we just tell them to go to their individual grids. So maybe it'll work still. Sorry, grid is... No, slots is what we're in. Get out item. So, sorry, back in the inventory, then this should work if I use a get node. From here. Or, I'm sorry, no, that would be, it would literally just be me plugging this into here. Right, so... I think this is the correct way. Okay, the swapping, it's still duplicating. This is valid confuses me because if the data asset is not valid for the item, like the item that is being dropped onto, then you would refresh. I see. Okay, I delete these. It's self. Okay. Let's see if that works. Okay, it's still doing some weird shit. Let's have a look. It's fine. It was working before. I just can't figure out why the fuck it's not working now. It's 9. Let's drop something on 9. Let's see why it's duplicating. F11 goes in. F10 continues on. Out item is the grenade. Item is nothing. Signed inventory is the same. Let's just go into the swap indexes because this is where we found issues before. Index is, it doesn't say of course because why would it? 3 and 9, right? Or, oh, nothing. I might have to add a is valid for this. And then add some local indexes maybe. Because this is going to return nothing and it's not going to edit anything. So that's why that's the duplication glitch then, because it's not editing the original thing, it's going to retain its same item, right? If that makes sense. Okay, so in here, this is a function. Why can't I do? Oh, there we go. I was like, why can't I do local variables? We'll just say hover index and one more for the drag index. Okay, yeah, let's just like set those. So we'll, I guess we have to break them like this. And like this, break. Drag index is the first one. This, I hate how messy this graph is. It just like makes me so angry. Okay, so we set those, and then we will, we still need to break these, and then we just need to plug in drag. Or sorry, I was checking to see if they were. What was it? Was it 0 when it came in? Or was it -1? I can't remember. So in item slots, so we'll make an item and then we'll just make this -1. Okay, and then that'll make sure that this fails. So the hover index specifically, we're just going to see, does it equals -1? Actually, sorry, we don't even need this. We just need to drag in the hover index. Hold on. Oh, this is bending my brain, boys. Drag index, hover index. Do we have to plug this in? So if this comes in as -1, it's not going to edit anything. Is that what we want? Or, scratch that. What if we go back to this and then the current index that we make is the old index. So it would be this out index, right? Yeah, that's correct. Okay, and then hover index, get hover index, get drag index, just to clean this up just a tad. So hover becomes, so hover's up here, drags down here. Okay, perfect. Let's check that out. Still getting the duplication glitch, and still the same thing's happening. So I didn't actually fix the issue, even though Did I mix these up? Oh, sorry. I was looking in the wrong spot. I was looking in the, where are we? On drop. This guy. Swap indexes, that's what I was looking for. So, if we, yeah, so if this has nothing in it, this is where we should make the S inventory item, whatever the hell. And then I'll break this. Or split this. That doesn't make any sense, then. Oh, this index gets plugged in here. Because that's this item. Yeah, perfect. Okay, that little weird detail should make a difference. Still duplicating and still... Oh, man. Ugh. So annoying. Okay, compile and play. Yeah, play, and we'll just open that up, and then we'll just do this again. 9. Debugging sucks. Okay, so I do this. It triggers that breakpoint. Out item is the grenade, and the in item should be nothing. But its current index is 0. So if we go into that, we set the drag index of 0. That's wrong, though, isn't it? Or, sorry, 0 and 0. Yeah, these are wrong. Okay, 3. I see. 3. It's got to actually execute the thing. 3 and 9. Okay, yeah, that's right. So, items 3. Where the... Did I drag the health back? So that's nothing. And that's nothing. Well, this... I just think I have them fucking plugged into the wrong things. So the drag item is our grenade. Okay, sorry. Here, let's stop this. I think let's just undo these, and now we can plug these in so that it makes sense in our brains. So the drag item comes here, which is going to be our grenade, and then the drag item... The drag item gets the hovered index, which is correct, and then the... But we are still looking for the drag index. Okay. And then this one is the hover item, which is nothing, so this should be nothing. But we're getting... Okay. Does that make sense? We're getting the drag index, which in this case would be 3 from 6, and then we're making that the new item. I don't think that makes sense. No, it doesn't make sense. And here, let me fix this, because this is pissing me off too. So let's do this, disconnect this, put this here. And then the hover index, I don't know. What do you guys think? Does this make sense? Like, drink water. Yeah, I didn't bring any down, but I mean, stream's almost over anyway, so. Gotta get my daughter ready. My ex-wife's taking her to Bermuda for Christmas because that's where her mom lives. So yeah, don't get the kiddo for Christmas, but yeah. You need to check more code, how does this work, and how is this even working? Pretty much, right? You could check index. Yeah, you sent that already. The source index and destination index should be the same as if they were, you needed to just swap the item and set the array. Well, I need to edit the original index of the array, right? So, that's why drag item, the drag item's index becomes the hover index, and then, oh, I see. Maybe this is still wrong. Sorry. I honestly need to draw this out almost. So hover item, I mean shit. I've made swap functions before. I don't know why this one's so freaking hard. Hover item. So the item, maybe I should just simulate it so I can visually see what the fuck's going on here. The one super benefit of blueprints, right? Sorry. Yes. Third person character spawned. And then I want to, we'll go from here. Okay. Come on there, grid. There we go. Okay, so drag item is our grenade, which is currently in index 3. Hover item has nothing with index of 9. Okay, so these are all set correctly. The drag is 3. Hover is, should be 9 when I go to the next one, right? Okay. So now this is the grenade, which is going to be in index 9. Yes, these need to be swapped. Okay, so yeah, that won't work anyway. So, and then this has got nothing in it. Quantity. Okay, yeah, so these need to be swapped. The drag index and the hover index need to be swapped. Sorry, I'll skip that because I wanted to see. Yeah, okay, it still duplicated it. And let's see what this looks like now with an actual item swap. So we got 2 and 3. Okay, so this is the hover index, which... sorry, what was coming in? What's coming in here? This is... The health pack's in 2, and the grenade is in 3. So this is now saying health pack is in 3, and the unknown is... Oh, because I haven't hit this node yet. So, I mean, that makes sense. And now this is... The grenade should be in 2, yes. Okay. That makes sense. Let's continue on our way. So, I think that's technically correct. It's just now the visually it's not updating correctly. So, item slot. So that works. Now we got to work on this refreshing slot stuff. I'll just restart the simulation here. We'll go to 9 again. Number 9. Okay, what's the frick is happening here? Why are you duping? Get rid of this. Okay, so what the frick is happening here? Out item is the grenade, which is currently 3. And then this becomes... I don't have any debug data for that yet. Fuck! So this index is 9, right? So this swaps it out for 9. And we hit refresh slot. Let's dive into this and see what we get. So the item now should be 9. Yes, it is. Okay, everything else is the same. Inventory asset exists. So we set it visible, we tell it to... This works fine, because it actually shows up there. It just doesn't delete the old grid stuff. Okay. Is this valid? We'll see, because it won't let me look. So it is valid. So now we're going to... Wait, it is valid? Didn't I drag it to an empty slot? Oh. Shit. Okay. I mean, yeah, I guess it would be valid because we just refreshed the slot. So we actually got to do this. Or do I have to delete this? Refreshes this slot, clears the old slot. So... Okay, so it's not item that we need, it's out item. So get rid of this. It's out item, and then we'll split that, and then we'll plug that in here. Should fix this issue. This is a duplication issue. Oh, what is happening? What is happening, everybody? Okay, let's watch it again, I guess. Whoops. Number 9. Put it there. Yeah, so the refresh the slot works as intended. So that's refreshes this slot. Of course this would be valid. Yeah, that's what you're saying, Fat Man. I see. So the out slot... This almost needs to be later. Hey? And then we'll clear the old slot first. So we'll check if this item is valid. Sorry, break is valid. There we go. So yeah, it's just an order of operations thing. So we'll check if this is valid. If it is valid, we'll do this, and then we'll clear the old slot first, then refresh this slot. If it's not valid, we're going to clear the old slot, and then refresh this slot, and then that's it. Hopefully, this is all we need. Yay. What about this? Yay. Okay, it works. What was the other issue that we needed to worry about? Oh yeah, that won't go in there, but... Can I swap these? Okay, so I can swap these, so that works. So I think the drag and drops... Okay, I just duplicated the original item. Oh, we were almost there. I was about to say, oh, looks like we're all done, but no, we're not all done yet. So, sorry, let me clear that. So, I moved this, I swapped this, and then I moved this here, and then let's debug number 3 now, because there's some data in there that should not be in there. Out item, melee. Where's item? Item. Grenade. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay, so the grenade did not get deleted from that spot. So when we move the grenade, it didn't get deleted. Let's see. So if I move the grenade to 9... Let's see. So it should have cleared it. Oh, does this have to go away? Current index. Yeah, that's the old slot. Yeah, so that should be the same. This should clear the data from 3. Yeah, okay, so we'll continue on the way here, or we'll continue the simulation, and I'm just going to look in the blueprint debugger now. What do we call this? The slots, right? Item slots, number 3. Index 3, there's no... Oh, the grenade's still in there. How? Okay, hang on, I see it. These are both self. See? So, refreshes this slot, yep. This needs to be this. There we go. Works, 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 works. Done! Okay. I think we're done. For some reason, when I see you trying to fix a bug and getting confused, it makes me feel like I'm not alone. Oh man, this is like every day ever being a game dev. You know, or stuff that's outside of your control also is really frustrating. Like Unreal just being stupid. Like not allowing shortcuts in 5.7 for me for some reason. Really stupid. Can't control that. Okay, so that was the drag and drop system. Took a while to do, but yeah, so we drag around obviously objects. I love how I just noticed that these ones appeared, even though they shouldn't be appearing unless... I mean, I don't mind them dragging a 1, that's fine. But yeah, they shouldn't be by default showing this, right? So perhaps I need to hide that on default. Inventory slot, designer. I think I need to be hiding that by default. Quantity border. Visibility hidden. Okay, and then when we actually spawn in the event graph here, checking if it's valid. If it's valid, great. Yeah, I think it's just by default was visible. That's probably what was going on there. Yeah, okay, cool. That fixed that. So yeah, cool. So maybe you need to check the validity first, if that's how your code works. Validity for which? Sorry, the data? Yeah, I mean, we fixed it, didn't we? So yeah, sometimes I get pretty hyper-focused on this and I don't read the comments sometimes. But, yeah, it turned out pretty good, so pretty happy with it. But yeah, like I said, I've never done it this way before in terms of an inventory, where, like, we have one inventory, but then we divide it up into, like, individual grids. Usually I'll have I'll have just one straight inventory, generally speaking. And then I'll have another inventory for this box and stuff. We didn't get to this today. I don't think this is going to work. Yeah, this isn't going to work because we haven't scripted it. But like in terms of us moving it around in our inventory, this works. Next stream we could do this. However, I'm sure people are sick of looking at this inventory and they want to do like the hotbar and shit like that, right? So, the other inventory is not terribly complicated. It's just going to be, it's inside here and the drop again, right? So if it's the other inventory, or doesn't equal this inventory, then we just got to basically do a couple more checks and probably copy these and then paste them over here and then change that we're interacting with the other grid's component, or inventory component and stuff like that. So shouldn't be too hard. We actually did the swap mechanic. Let's see here. Oh, this is just if this doesn't have. Yeah, I don't know why I made this. So this should just be cancel download. You wouldn't download a car or whatever the freaking ad was in the 2000s. Anyways, yeah, we'll just cancel the drag and return back that we don't care. There. Perfect. That's done. This should have a return note as well that we don't care. And yeah, because we also did a swap. Swaps items as well, if found. Okay. Oh, okay. Why wouldn't it? Oh, because I'm simulating the game. Oh, just for the love of God, rename it. Right? Right? New grid and swaps items if found. Perfect. No better feeling than when we finally get it working, right? We solved it. Celebration sound effects, yeah. No better. There's so many. There were so many items then. Tinker's play again. Open and close and reopen the inventory. Oh, sure, yeah, if you want. Oh, I see. You want to check and see if. So we'll do this, and we'll do this, and then we'll close it and reopen it. You want to see if it stays in the same spot. It does! It actually makes it worse. Inventory seems to be expanding. That's odd that it did that. And this is probably just a visual glitch. In a sense. Because if I open my actual inventory with the blueprint debugger, how many items are actually in there, right? BBC inventory. There's an extra player in my level. Standby. Okay, move, and then open. Oh no! Let's blueprint debugger. Oh, it's not open. God damn it. Blueprint debugger. Where are you? There. Here you are. Here you are. How many items? You still have the same items in there, right? So I think I know how to fix that, actually. I think I know how to fix that. This is access done, switch on. Yeah, exactly where I was going to go. So this is... We've created the items already, I believe, unless we do that in display inventory. Yikes. Okay, maybe that's a bigger job than I thought. So when we open it, we gotta, like, update the grids instead of... That's a bigger job. So I'll have to do that next stream because I gotta get off here, so... But, yeah, okay, so that's a pretty big boo-boo, I guess. Thanks, Mark, for making me not a one-dimensional game developer and just not, you know, checking stuff. It shouldn't be visual if it's actually empty. Well, yeah, we had all the same items. It's just the fact that we divided them up against those grids, and then it's checking and we're getting the same items, and we're sending it to the same grids, and then it's seeing, like, hey, this index is empty, and it should have this thing in it, so then it populates it again. So it's something to do with that grid where it just was, so... do you have to clear the children node before you refresh the inventory or open? What if we create a thing where we refresh all of the... Like, yeah, here, how about we do this? Should be hopefully quickish. Because, yeah, like I said, I gotta get off, but where was I? I just closed everything, didn't I? The grid. So, you know, we call display inventory. Okay, we didn't do anything for here. So, we're gonna get the item slot widgets. Or, sorry, do we need to get the... I see. I was trying to, like, not create a bunch of references between the inventory stuff and have an array going here. Because, yeah, we're pulling each individual item out of the inventory and sending it to its own grid thing, right? Yeah, maybe we do clear the... Clear them and then make new ones. Maybe. Oh, but you know what else is the issue, sorry, I just realized, is back in the... If we're sending them to the individual grids, it's always going to cherry pick the item out. It's even if you have it in the other place, right? Event graph. Yeah, it's always gonna... God, do we have to add some other check to check what grid it's a part of? I mean, we could. Oh, it has an owning grid actually, so maybe we do that. So we got the current item, and then we'll get the current items. No, it won't have that data in there. It'll only be in the slot itself. Anyways, okay, this will be a bigger issue, but I'll just put a comment here. Sorry. Need a way to refresh items in current grid slots. Grid, yeah, current grid, because that's what the issue is. If this was one big inventory, we wouldn't have this issue. This issue would not even exist. It's the fact that we're dividing them all up into their own individual grids from one inventory. So, shit, in a way, it's almost better to just do multiple different inventories. I don't know. What do you guys think? You're not removing the slot widgets from the array. No, I'm not. I think that was something we were going to do later. Usually especially for inventories, I usually don't delete the widgets because that's just so many widgets to be constantly creating and stuff, right? So I usually try to create them once and then just hide them and refresh them. Do you have a clear child node before you refresh the inventory open? I don't have that either. Yeah, because like I said, we were just trying to get this to like work, but yeah, now that's working, we just got to refine it so that when we open the inventory again, it sends all the new data in and everything goes in the right place. You're not removing... Yeah, I already read that, sorry. Inventory seems to be expanding. Not fair. Oh, I didn't see... Oh, yeah, you guys saw that before me, eh? Nice. So, okay, so yeah, need a way to refresh items in current grid. Yeah, this is weird. Usually, I've never had this issue because I have never done it like this. I have individual grids in Tarkov. Or sorry, what do you call them? Key item slots, basically. So, what I've done in there is, in the player, I have like a key item, for large weapon, sidearm, whatever the fuck. And then it creates a grid for each one of those items. So that's how they're separated. But yeah, and here, like I said, one inventory separated into 3 different grids. Yeah, we just got to find a way to fix that. So, Johnny, 10% coding, 90% fixing. Pretty much how she goes, right? But yeah, thanks for this for joining the stream. I really appreciate it. And if you guys have not seen the new video, which is on the factory method, I really recommend you go check that out. It's gonna basically change how you do spawning forever. So yeah, you guys keep doing the good things you do, and keep lots of people in the Discord talking now. So I like to see that. Yeah, so don't know what else to say, but other than keep learning until you game over. See you guys later. Bye!